Good morning, friends. Morning, everyone. Hope we're doing well. We're here. We're here. I think I'm low. I guess that means I have to sit up. We're here. It's Thursday. Hot outside. You can see Coda. There's Coda. I don't know if she's playing with a toy. That's perfectly fine. She's allowed to do that. But yeah, I'm tired. Sorry. I feel like I'm always tired, but still recovering. Still working through things. Yesterday was easier and harder. I don't know. It was fine. Yesterday was fine. It was a day, you know. Waiting to see people, waiting to talk to people. That's really just how it goes. But making progress. So that's all I can really hope for. Hopefully things will go smoothly once I have more appointments scheduled, but see. Yeah. Hope everyone's doing all right. Hope everyone's week is going strong. Month's almost over. 22nd. Crazy, right? Feels like it was just my birthday, but then I remember that I was in bed for a week, so I lost like a whole week of craziness. It also doesn't feel like a Thursday either. It feels like it should be the beginning of the week, but it's not. So, what are you gonna do? But I hope everyone's doing all right. Everyone is enjoying themselves. I hope it's not as warm where you are as it is here. The hottest day of the year yesterday at 108 degrees. Nice balmy 108. No big deal. It's fine, right? It's fine. Definitely healthy weather. But yeah. Get started. So I know that I told you guys we're gonna have a plan for tomorrow today. So if you don't call or if you weren't here, tomorrow is the 1 year affiliate anniversary. So that's pretty exciting. Started streaming on August of last year. So the first was my 1 year streaming anniversary, and then made affiliate in 23 days. So the 24th, tomorrow, I guess technically, is I think it's I don't remember if it's the 23rd or the 24th. I honestly don't remember. But it is 1 year for affiliate, which is pretty cool. So yeah, we were going to do something fun with Kyle. I hope that we still are, but Kyle had something come up yesterday. I know he was helping a friend with some things, and he didn't get back to me in messages, and he messaged his Discord and said that something came up. So he didn't stream last night because of it. He said he'll stream tomorrow, but because of that, we haven't really talked, and obviously it's not a priority. Life is a priority. Not that you guys aren't important, but, if something is happening, that needs to be taken care of. So that's what we're waiting on, or that's what we're doing. So I think right now, let's just assume that Kyle is not available tomorrow. We'll assume that for the time being. What I'll probably do is a short stream tomorrow morning just to say hello to everybody, and then we'll probably do a later stream that night to hopefully play some games and do some stuff with people, but we'll see. We'll see who's available and on and wants to play. It might not be anybody. I don't know what we'll play. So yeah, pretty much it. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Not a big deal. Life happens, like I said. It's hard to schedule things on the weekend and stuff like that. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not. It's a cool little milestone. It's a cool thing to celebrate and be happy and proud of. It's cool to look back and reflect on how far we've come. But hopefully it's not the end, right? You celebrate a year in hopes that there'll be another. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just going to push on. Yeah, my plan is still. Hey, Scorp, how are you? Been a while. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. So see where it goes. Plan is still to do. Hopefully we finish this game. I've got a few days left in the month, so 9 days left in the month. Hopefully I can finish this game in about 8 days. My plan is still to do a 24-hour stream sometime next week. I do need to see when is okay, so the 31st is a Saturday, so that's perfectly fine. So hopefully we can finish this game before next week, and then we'll just not before next week, before the end of next week. Did you? I don't remember you answering your favorite sport. I don't remember the answer, so you can answer it again. I don't know what I'm good means. Yeah, so that Saturday we'll probably do a 24-hour stream of Final Fantasy XIV and see what we can do. And go from there, so. Yeah. Favorite sport is American football. Played for 11 years growing up, and then I played flag football for squadron teams, like intramural stuff. Oh, you're good. Oh, good. Sorry, we're there's a delay, so I know sometimes you see things or hear things like 10 seconds after I say them. So I'm glad you're good. I'm glad you're doing well. Hope things are going good for you there. Hope it's not too hot. You're in the southern hemisphere though, aren't you? Are you a southern hemisphere? You're probably closer to, well, I don't know what your distance to the equator is, so I don't know how hot it is for you, but it's pretty warm over here. You go on runs and walks. That's fair. I guess technically track and field is a sport. You did answer. You're right. I think we discussed speed walking. Oh, you're in the east coast of the US? I don't know why I thought you were from... I don't know why I thought you were somewhere overseas. I thought you were somewhere around like the... Not Middle East. West Asia, I guess? I don't know why. Maybe I must be confusing you with someone else. Not that I'm confusing you with them, just confusing where you were with where they are. But... Yeah. Well, I hope it's cooler there than it is here, because it is sweltering over here. It was 108 degrees yesterday. Not a lot of fun. I did not enjoy it. Let's see, what do we got? That's fun. Custom. All right, question changed. Yeah, should be a normal day. Yeah, we're doing. Make some progress. Coda, lay down, please. You're fine. We just went outside. You don't need to go out again. Coda still doesn't like being up here. She'd rather be downstairs, either on or under the bed. She has a dog bed up here. She can just lay down. And we just went out. We're not going to do it again. I know you're confused when I talk to the box and I don't talk to you. You're like, what's going on? Who are you talking to? I know you just want to be included in the conversation, but not how it works, unfortunately. I guess they do make doggy headphones. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get started. What am I waiting for? Philip. Oh, I didn't get the unknown. Sad. I don't think I have anything else to talk about. Scorp, how have you been? What is your what have you been up to? What's your day-to-day life look like? What's a day in the life of Scorp? Okay. So, Tuesday, I know we've been away from the game. Figurine in the background looks cool. All of them? Which one? I think... Let's see, I don't know which one I'm pointing to, because it's delayed. That one. The mammoth is probably my current favorite. And then other than that, the one above it I like a lot. That is from Assassin's Creed 3. And then that guy right there, that's from Witcher 3. That's Geralt fighting the Griffin. It's probably my third favorite. Well, tied. Oh, you can't see it by my big old head. Actually, that guy right there, can't really see all that well. This is harder than it should be. Boop. Yeah, that one that I'm pointing to there, that is from the collector's edition of Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, that guy? That is, yeah, that's Ben Affleck's Batman. That thing is a beast. The pop there, so the big one is a pop. So that's an 18-inch, like, well, okay, so that one, the big-headed one, is a pop figure. That's an 18-inch Batman. And then the one below that is Batman in die-cast. And then, well, that one is Batman as well, but that one's a cool little statue. And then that one is Ben Affleck's Batman. It was the official, like, statue that they put out. That thing is hefty. It weighs quite a bit. I also have an 18-inch Harry Potter up there. There, that one. But I don't have him out of the box. It was just too much. Yeah, I also have an 18-inch. Do I have another 18-inch? I don't think I have any other 18-inch. I think I have a couple of 12-inch. I have a lot of the 12-inch Pokemon. I also have a, you can't see it, it's out of the picture, but up there next to Harry Potter, I have an 18-inch Dobby and an 18-inch, or not 18, sorry, a 12-inch Dobby and a 12-inch Hedwig. And then I have like 3 or 4 12-inch Pokemon. I think I have the 3 starters, so I have, or 4 starters if you count Pikachu. So I have Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. They're in the other room. I have a lot more than what you see here. That statue, or that shelf right there is all Harry Potter. And then the shelf behind me that's got the Batman stuff, that is every single Pop from the 80th anniversary line of Batman. So Pop did an anniversary line, and that's every single one except for a like $700 I don't know how much it is now. It's stupid expensive. $1,100, I forget. But they made another 18-inch Batman, but it was in the 1960s, 1950s Batman colors. So it's the cool like blue and gray. It's supposed to look like Adam West. So it's the nice Adam West cel-shaded Batman. They only released like 11, or I think it was like 1,100 pieces or something like that, and I just didn't get it. I was in line for it and couldn't get it. So, yeah, it was like $150, $180 or something at the time. Most of the 18-inch Pop figures were, I think. So that one was $100 that I bought. It's worth a little bit. I think it might be the same now. I don't remember. But then Harry Potter up there was the same. And then the Adam West Batman. Don't be rude. You're fine. And now it's like a lot more expensive, but they're all like collector's items. So, okay, so where are we? We took a week off of this game because I was in bed, which was unfortunate, but yeah. So we came back. We found out that, well, we've destroyed the Mother Crystal, Drake's head. We destroyed that from the Empire. Sid sacrificed his life pretty much to do it. And so we have absorbed Sid's powers, Ramuh's powers, essentially. We are not the full holder of Ramuh, but we do have some of his abilities, which are pretty nice. And now we have taken on the moniker of Sid, which is pretty cool. So essentially Sid is a title now, which I think is neat. It's a good little way to memorialize him. And yeah, we're trying to help people. It's been 5 years since we've destroyed the Mother Crystal, however. and a lot of the bearers don't actually like us anymore because we seem to just cause trouble for them. It's like Robin Hood situation, right? Instead of punishing Robin Hood, we're punishing the people. That's kind of how it goes. How many pop figurines that are in the small boxes do you have in your collection? Over 600. I don't remember the exact count, but the collection was somewhere over like $15,000 the last time I checked. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I collected for a bit. When I was working at GameStop, we had access to a lot of different ones, and then I got into the scene pretty hard, and built my collection that way, so I have a lot. Too many is the answer, really. Once I left GameStop, I just kind of stopped caring. The only one I kept up with for a while afterwards was Harry Potter. And even then, they started releasing these holiday, like, village kind of things, which were adorable, but they released like 6 of them at a time, and they're getting expensive. I don't know how much they cost now, but back then they were like $14, $15 a pop, and that wasn't including the Comic-Con exclusive ones, because the real money is in the exclusive ones, the ones that have limited releases. The common ones are nothing. As soon as you buy them, they're essentially worthless. But the collector's ones, the ones that come from cons and other events like that, those are the ones that maintain value and go up. So I think I have a couple that are super expensive. One's on the Batman shelf behind me. There's a pink chrome Batman directly behind me. That one is pretty pricey. The other one that's the other couple that are expensive, I have a couple of My Hero Academia pops that are pretty expensive now. My Harry Potter collection, I have, I think, Luna Lovegood. It bounces between Luna Lovegood and the Weasley twins in their Goblet of Fire Quidditch World Cup costumes. They're in like the Irish colors, the Ireland colors, which is pretty cool. Those two bounce back and forth between which one is more expensive. I probably have a couple more that I don't remember. Oh, I have a pop house from Up. Kevin. That one is usually pretty valuable, but that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Ah, Clive! How I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
After this cutscene, I'll show you. I'll go get it.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals.
So in 5 years, we've not destroyed a single other Mother Crystal. Obviously, the other empires
4 Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash.
have been protected
Drake's
pretty
Breath
well.
near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia.
We're going to use the war
Drake's
as a
Spine in Waloed, and
Fraction.
Drake's tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps.
Nice.
There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Cool.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait. Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
Are we just not putting that together? No one knew in
My uncle's name
5
gave him a
years.
start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Were they Scorp, were they like pop figures like these are? Or are they statues, or were they just like action figures? Like posable figures? Otto's counter is now open. I don't know what Otto's counter does. Okay, it's gonna explain it. Yeah, it can be. It's really just, I feel like it's more, it's a hobby, right? Collecting is an expensive hobby regardless of what you do. Some people collect cards, some people collect figures, some people collect pops, I mean comics, movies, whatever it is. It's just like, you know, if that's what you enjoy doing, if that's what brings you joy in those situations, then it's nice. You just have to make sure it doesn't turn into an addiction, right? Like, do it for the fun of it, not because you're trying to get anything out of it, I guess. Because that's really what it was before, is the reason I really stopped is because I was putting more money into it than I cared about. And I was like, because it's like shoes, right? A lot of people collect shoes. You know, there's these timed releases, and you have to be there on time. You have to be like in a queue. And shoes were fighting with bots for the longest time. There's a lot of bots that are involved in shopping for shoes, and Pop was getting to that point too. So it was even harder to get some of the pops because, you know, computers were doing it for you, or doing it before you could even log in, or before the site was even up. And so it just became less and less fun. So I don't know. It's a hard thing. I would never recommend it, I guess, just because you have to know what you're getting into, but they're cool. I mean, I like looking at them. They look cool behind my screen, obviously. I do need to show you that pink Batman. I have the Cyberpunk. I have all of those pops too. I think they're in the other room. I might be able to find those quickly though. Hey, Gloria. Hope you're doing well. This is, let's do this so you can see it. This is the pink chrome Batman. So you can see it's a, well, if it'll, oh, nah, it doesn't work, does it? It was a 1,500 piece release from New York Comic Con in 2019. So they released Batman in a lot of these chrome colors. There was like teal and purple and, you know, black and blue and all kinds of stuff. But the pink one was exclusive, 1,500 pieces. So there were only 1,500 of these ever printed, and I have one. So pretty cool. This is the most expensive Batman I think I have. It's a 6-inch figurine. Oh, okay. So like, I have it. I have a couple of statues. Let me go see if I can find the cyberpunk ones. I do have the cyberpunk ones. They're still in like the packing box. Gloria, I don't know if you're there, if you can hear me, but I think I told you the other day that I had died like 6 times on Hollow Knight. I like quintupled that. I think I have over 100 deaths now trying to fight the very first dream boss that you fight. Oh no, that's not. That's the hunter from the cool one, but not what I was looking for. Yeah, okay, so here's Johnny Silverhand. He's pretty cool from Cyberpunk. And then I think I have male V and female V. I don't know if they released any others. If they did, I don't know about them, and I'm not going to look for them. Oh, that's Kratos. Okay, well, I have the other somewhere. I don't know. Here's male V, though. Yeah, V male, and this one glows in the dark. This one was like a Funko Insiders Club. So his eyes glow in the dark, and some of his other stuff on his suit does as well. Those are cool. I don't have any Cyberpunk figures. I wish I did. The only other Cyberpunk thing that I have besides the... I don't know which way to turn. Is that, statue. Show you. A little, dusty, but, it's like male V. Pretty cool statue. But it's male V launching himself over the, over a Takamura grunt, essentially. This guy's gun is pointed and everything. Really cool statue, but it came in the collector's edition. Yeah, one of my favorite statues. I really like this one a lot. I could show you the mammoth, but that's too big. I don't think I could get the mammoth over here. And then I've got, I mean, you can see them all. Well, you can't see them all, but you can see quite a few of them. Let's see. That's the whole Fallout collection. So they released that on PC back when Fallout 4 came out. I think you could get the whole like anthology or whatever. So that's a nuclear bomb from that. So bad at this. There. And then, that's from Batman Arkham Asylum. I think that's the collector's edition for Batman Arkham Asylum. That is Death Stranding. That's the baby. And then below that, that's Fallout, or not Fallout, that's Witcher 3, Geralt and the Griffin. And then you have, in front of him is Cade 6 from Destiny 2. Then to the left of him, or I guess right, technically, in the camera, that is Kratos and Atreus from God of War. That might be Ragnarok. I don't remember. That might be the Ragnarok one. And then you have Connor from Assassin's Creed 3. And then you have the statue from Dark Souls 2. And then after that, it's Elden Ring. Elder Scrolls. I'm not going to point anymore. It's from left to right. Elder Scrolls on the far right. And then behind B, that's Solid Snake's hand from Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. And then that's Scorpion from the reboot, Mortal Kombat reboot. And then Flash from Injustice, Dark Souls 2. which means the one over there is Dark Souls 3. Yeah, Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 2 is on the bottom, and the Mammoth. Okay, and then you have Emma Frost, the Master Sword from Zelda. That little mansion-looking thing back there is the mansion from Resident Evil 7. It's a music box. It's kind of creepy. If you know the theme from music from Final Fantasy, Resident Evil 7, it plays the theme from Final Fantasy 7. Sorry. Plays the theme from Resident Evil 7. It's the house that you play the game in. And obviously you can see Link there. Then in front is Injustice. That's the main statue from Injustice. Behind Injustice is Squirrel Girl. I love Squirrel Girl. She's a lot of fun. And you got Nathan Drake from Uncharted. Sonic. In the middle, you've got a couple of miscellaneous stuff, mostly Game of Thrones. And then on the far right is, I think, Order 1760 or whatever it was. It was one of the release titles for the PS4. Game wasn't that great, but that statue's cool. And then I've got a bunch of others. Those are just the ones that fit on that shelf. Couldn't fit anymore. I mean, I could, but then they'd be crowded and they wouldn't look as cool. But that's what we got. Okay, game time. The following hideaway facilities are now available. Alliant Reports, the Patron's Whisper, the Hunt Board. All three are located near Otto in the Mess. Okay. Completing side quests available through Alliant Reports or defeating notorious marks found on the Hunt Board will earn Clive Renown. Okay, so we're finally learning what Renown means. Inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree in the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's Mess to view current Renown level and accept any donations available. Nice. So we earn Renown, and by earning Renown, we get donations. Pretty straightforward.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
What are we waiting for, indeed? Okay, so there are side quests available to us. Oh goodness, we have this whole back area available now. What is this over here? The fruits of her labors. It's the backyard. Yeah, it's years of collecting. Most of it from when I was well, I can't say most of it. My ex-wife used to be a district manager for GameStop, and then I worked there for a little bit afterwards, so it's from like, I don't know, over a decade. Various stuff. I have a whole room full of collectibles on the other side of the house, but they're mostly in boxes and not presentable.
It won't be long now, Martel. They'll try your apples soon enough.
Well, he named the apple tree Martel. I like that. I like Martel.
Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Here we are.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now.
Oh, okay.
All our hard work's finally paying off.
Never mind, she didn't name the
took
tree
it
Martel.
on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You
That's nice.
couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
I would be happy to.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
True.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory.
That's nice.
You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
Well, that is sad, but maybe something good is coming from it. we helped Martel before. She was the one that was sent to get soil samples and then got attacked by like the wasps and things. So we helped her collect those. Big buff guy carrying.
Did you come through the forge today? It smells like a still. Would explain Blackson's
Nice.
foul mood.
Smells like a still. Hey, look, Torgal's playing with the kids. Cute. Good job, Torgal. Boy.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria. That broom's as ragged as...
Fabian, Cursebreaker. Hello, Fabian.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel apples. A basket of Martel apples, grown and picked by Cormac for sample by hideaway residents. Do all of the Cursebreakers have their brand
Martel.
removed?
Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she
Thank
was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait,
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Okay, who does the second apple?
Others weren't so lucky, though.
Corentin. I don't know.
A gift
Hey,
from
Andy.
the backyard. For your service.
Everything is... It's going. It's, going. I don't know what you mean by tricks, though. Who's tricks? Where's Twix? Tricks. How's tricks? It's going, though. Fine. Things are fine. Yep. We're just, we're living. I've showed off, I was showing off my wall to Scorp. And now we're delivering apples. I used context clues to answer your question without knowing what you meant. But, yeah, how are you?
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab 'em right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they?
We are close. It is
I'm glad to see someone
It's
carried on what she started.
Thursday.
Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands.
We're almost on
Reckon she'll be
Rebecca. We're
happy
almost to
knowing
Rebecca
all our
Black's
hard
day.
work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid.
You're welcome.
You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Such a nice feature to just fast roll back there. How many apples does the average tree produce per season? Like, apples are fruiting trees, right? So they're seasonal, essentially. How many apples does one tree produce annually? Seasonally? Season. Annually. I don't know. There's an average of 3 apples in 1 pound, so every season, a mature standard apple tree will yield roughly 1,500 apples. A semi-dwarf apple tree will yield roughly 750 apples, and a dwarf apple tree will yield roughly 100 to 300 apples. But like, oh, every season. And that's kind of crazy. I assume I'm going to, I mean, I trust this source. It's like a winery of some kind. It is. Apple House Winery. Robinette's Apple House Winery. How many apples grow on a tree? It depends. Thanks for that. Wow. Okay. So, I mean, that's quite a few apples, I suppose. But this is a very small, I would call this a dwarf apple tree, right? Maybe even smaller than that. This is a very small apple tree. So we're talking 120 to 300 apples per season. See, when is apple season? When are apples in season for Texas? July to October. So July, August, September, October. So 4 months they produce. Let's just maximize that and say 300 apples. Not a lot of apples, is it? Yeah, that's what I assumed. I mean, these, like I said, the one I was reading from is like they're a winery, so I imagine they are in fact maximizing. They've got it down to a science, literally, right? So I don't really need an apple chart. I really wish, like, I know it's my Googling, I could remove them, but when I Google something, you can damn sure be, you could be sure that I do not want any answers from Quora ever, right? Like, why would I ever want that? Why would I ever want to ask the question from some non-accredited, self-appointed expert tell me an answer that isn't going to help? Okay. The newer, higher density planting with trees on dwarfing rootstocks growers can expect to harvest 200 to 300 apples per year. And older apple plantings, the number of apples could be closer to 700 to 800. Okay, so these are like just standard and like an apple farm, like an apple orchard kind of thing. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They're just trying to keep healthy trees. Generally, apple trees will reach their full production potential in 4 to 7 years. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Some apple trees can live to be very old. Some are over 100 years old. Most of the commercial apple production comes from orchards that are 5 to 20 years old. Okay. That's cool. I mean, that's a long, long time to be producing apples, right? If we're talking, let's say it takes the full 5 years to reach full production. That's 95 years of apples. That's crazy. Huh. 15 apples per tree sounds like hormone-injected chickens. True. I mean, I guess it can't be too bad considering, like I said, they're being sold. Like, this is it was a winery. It could be different apples too, I guess, you know? Maybe not every tree is exactly the same. That's crazy, though. Now I just want to plant an apple tree. 5 years is not that long. 1,500 does sound like a lot. I don't know what, you're right. I don't know what that orchard or what the winery is doing, but they are crazy. Hello, Mel. How are you? We were talking about apples. We were talking about apple trees. Our little hideaway here has a new apple tree, and I was like, how many? We're just like handing out apples on the first day. I don't know, any kind of apple. I was trying to figure out green apples. You like the Granny Smith apples? No. This is gonna sound very conceited, and I'm okay with that. The best apple in the world is a Jonathan apple. No, that's not an innuendo. There is a species of apple called the Jonathan apple, and it's like a baking apple, and they are soft and sweet and delicious. Like, this is the kind of chat I'm here for. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, it's amazing. It's called a Jonathan apple. But they're delish. And they're kind of tiny. They're not like a big apple. They're like small little things. I love them. But yeah, they're pretty good. Anyway, we were trying to figure out, like, if you had an apple tree in this small little hideaway, like, you know, little village or whatever, how many apples does it produce? And we found answers anywhere from 800 apples per year to 1,500 apples per year. I'm guessing, we're guessing depending on the species of apple and what you're using it for. Andy thinks, well, so the one that I found first was from a winery. They were called the Apple House Winery. And they said that their fully matured trees produce up to 1,500 apples per year. Which sounds absolutely crazy to me. And Andy, because Andy thinks they're not natty. Those aren't natty trees. They're juiced. They said per tree. That's what I said. You can look it up. You look up Apple House Winery. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. Here, I'll just post it. What am I doing? It's my chat. I can just post it. There you go. Link. Boop. Okay. Well, why? I don't know why it cut off there. That's not going to help you, is it? Okay. They get theirs from plantyourpatch.com. Plant Your Patch, Learn and Grow. There are over 7,000 varieties of apple. That's absolutely insane. Wow. Okay, well, this one seems much, here, go with this link, because you probably can't click that one. It did take you to it? Oh, that's good. Yeah, but this is, like I said, this is a winery. But they do say right there, it says, there is an average of 3 apples in 1 pound, so every season, a mature standard apple tree will yield roughly 1,500 apples. That's just so many apples. It seems like a lot of apples. What it says. But then I looked at another one and they said like 800 is probably like more likely. So we also found out that apples can start producing, or they've reached full maturity between 4 and 5 years, and they can fruit for over 95 years. They can live to be 100 years old, which is actually crazy to me. Yeah, that's what Andy was saying too. He compared them to the GMO injected chickens that we get. The poor ones that can't like even stand up straight because they're like falling over.
The curse breakers send their thanks and their compliments. They were
Oh, yeah.
clearly very fond of Martel.
Now I just want to
remembered her
plant an apple tree.
After all these years. I
Crack
suppose she
chicken,
was
true.
very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die?
Or Martel.
She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her.
What would we name our apple tree? You named your tree
Martel
Henry.
lives on through the fruit it bears.
What kind of tree is it?
And through you.
Berry. Oh.
Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but
Is it just
you're kinder to me than I deserve.
Is it just
By the
called a
way,
China berry tree, or can you eat them?
Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to
Oh, they're
ask.
poisonous. Okay, so don't do that.
I'll see that you're both well provided
The fruits
for.
of this tree are poisonous. Okay.
They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Yeah. I don't know. If you name something a berry, I want to eat it. Also, if it's berry shaped, it's like, if not friend, why friend shaped? You know, if not edible, why edible shaped? They're fun to throw at your siblings. Oh, okay. Well. Oh, did we actually get some apples? That's nice. A basket of slightly stunted, somewhat sweet apples grown from the blighted earth, thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martel. May she rest in peace. Still, we'll grow something worth eating one of these days, and when we do, you'll have first pick. We did. That's nice. I wonder if I can plant an apple tree in my front yard.
It's not the ether.
Every year, there's this place, there's like this plant nursery around here that actually sells like infant fruit trees. And maybe I'll try to steal one. Maybe try to get one. Got a major growth boost because I gave him leftover nutrients from my friend's tomato plants. Oh, tomato, right. Right. Are their tomatoes also green and pointy? And have a very distinct smell?
How much water can a flower drink?
About as much as a bothersome woman.
Yeah, okay, yep. Clever. Yeah. I'm gonna have to figure out when I can go. I'm gonna plant a tree in my front yard. I have this dead tree out there. It's pretty sad. The homeowners association hates me because this thing is like broken off at the base. It has been dead for years, and I just refuse to get rid of it. They do not like it. They send me pictures and nasty letters regularly. Should definitely check out a nursery HEB sells. Yeah, it was dead, I think, before I even moved in. And eventually, during a storm, it just, like, broke off at the base. It's being held up by, before I moved in, there were these two, like, metal poles that were stuck into the ground, and they were, like, tied to it to keep it, I guess, from blowing over. It didn't work. So now it's just being held up, like, at an, it's, like, at an angle and everything. It's hilarious, in my opinion, but they don't like it. I don't like them, so I just leave it there.
That broom's as ragged as ghosts.
It's my little rebellion against Homeowners Association.
Yep. Others weren't so lucky though.
Well, there's an ad that's about to start. Guess we should let the ad run before I do anything else. Before I start getting into the craziness. I guess if I remove the tree, you know, I guess if I'm gonna plant an apple tree, I guess I could remove that one. If you decide to put it out of its misery and dig it, and I'll totally come help. Appreciate it. It's true. They're a mess. Okay, well, we have an ad running or coming soon, so I will be back in just a few minutes to, I don't know, talk about more plant things. I'm terrible at plants. I wish I was better. I've killed every plant I've ever owned. Kind of sad, but anyway, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Yeah. You're back. Oh, I need to set up the words on the stream too. I'll get that started. Alrighty. You were doing good work, Mel. Couldn't beat the timer. It happens. You're welcome. How have you been? How are things going? How's your softball? Also, I was looking up trees that I could plant, and apparently I can plant peach trees. I really like peaches. Now I have a new plan. I'll go try to get peach. Or oranges. I feel like oranges are much more versatile than peaches. Peaches are just delicious.
Ah, my favorite pupil.
Also, one of the things I really want to do is craft or build a bat sanctuary, either in my backyard or my front yard. Since most bat species are protected, the HOE can't even do anything about it. Like, what are they gonna do? They can't tell me to tear it down. You're not allowed to destroy the habitat of bats, so joke's on you.
What is it that you wish to learn?
I don't know.
Here's the latest information I have.
Thank you. These things are so cool. I'm a huge fan of these. Speaking of Chris, he's had a sign. Oh, that's never fun. Oh wow, it's a long. That's a long trip. Where'd you guys head off to? Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking up already. I might very well go to the botanical garden. Glen Rose and McGregor. Well, that's fun. Glad you're enjoying it.
Here you are.
Here you are. Okay, so Rosalith has sent the Black Shields. I've started sending the Black Shields out to coal bearers. The Dalmekian Republic have sent armies to Crystalline Dominion, and we're going to take that time, come over here and try to take out Drake's Breath. Pretty cool. Always wanted a lemon or a peach tree. Yeah, I feel like it's a hard choice. I'd want oranges, I think, over lemons. Although, to be fair, I think lemons are pretty versatile, right? I mean, you can put lemon in anything. You can cook with lemon, you can put it in teas, you can put it in water, you can put it in juices. You can do all kinds of stuff with lemons. I feel like oranges are a little less versatile, but they're just delicious. Like, I'd eat an orange. Like, you could just eat an orange off the tree. Whereas I don't think I just eat a lemon. But peaches are just yummy. No?
The state of the realm is ever changing.
I don't know. I got time to decide. Not tree related, but watermelons are easy to grow. I heard that watermelons and blueberries are actually really easy to grow here. Also, raspberries and blackberries apparently are very easy to grow here too. I don't want to do anything too crazy. I want to go with one thing and see what I could do with it in a few years, you know? So if I can get like a nice little fledgling lemon tree and just pop that bee in my front yard and then just water it and de-weed it and check for diseases, maybe I could do that. And hopefully I don't kill it. Let's go over here and talk to Desiree. What do you got for me, Desiree? Or Goot?
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
Sure. Trees are fairly simple to care for. Yeah, I feel like it'd be harder for me to kill a tree than it would be to kill a bush.
Oh, same old.
Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now and what can be saved for later. It was still early days back in the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though. I need Dee's help to sift through it all. That's just the sifting. Actually, solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest. So, if you ever find yourself at loose end, well, you know where to find me. I do. Just don't water in the heat of the day or it'll... Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I would do plenty of research once I made a decision about what tree So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel, they're still with us in our hearts.
Sid.
And Sid, when I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
He's still with us.
But he's still with us too. With us and in you. You took his name and gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is, don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid. I'm not even kidding. Speaking of watering like at weird times, Brittany was here yesterday, and since I was at the VA all day, I couldn't do my walks at normal times. So I was out walking. She left like at 10:15 last night, so I went on my walk at 10:15. And there was like this little old lady out there watering her bushes, like watering her hedges at 10:30 at night, just out there chilling, full on hose, full blast, just watering her shit. And I was like, all right, well, good for you. I mean, they look great, so I guess they're doing something right, but I think that's a lot of dedication for some plants. Meanwhile, my front yard looks like the desert, like scorched earth out there.
Anything catch your eye?
There's nothing I can do? No available quests? Nothing?
Think you can help?
To be fair, I don't do anything to my yard, so I'm not upset that it's that way.
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Yeah.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friends' donations?
Oh, no. That's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
At least you have a water irrigation system. That's nice. I'm all for it. I can appreciate a good yard, but I'm just like, we're in a drought, you know? Like, our lakes are empty. Why do I care about my front yard? You know? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me personally. You know, priorities, I guess. We spend all our drinking water watering lawns and golf courses, and then no. Look up Medina Lake right now. It's pretty terrible. Medina Lake apparently is like 5% full currently. You can walk through it. The deepest part of Medina Lake you can walk through right now. Pretty sure that's what it's called. Now I have to look it up. No, I don't like spreading misinformation. Yeah. Medina Lake, 3.4% full as of today. Yours reached capacity within 2 days? No. Yeah. Medina Lake water reservoir is 3.4% full. Yeah. So I said 5%. It's worse than I was overestimating. Which I guess is better than underestimating.
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks, from transcribing and sorting Stolas reports to pinning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to, Shirley? Shirley? Probably Shirley. It's a fun way to spell that, isn't it? We haven't been able to use our lakes because of all the debris from the storm's tornadoes. That's kind of sad. I like to think Jara would be proud of me, too. We're here with us. Are the county, is the state doing something about that? Or is it just like, hopefully it gets taken care of somehow? Ask about the past 5 years.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? Jara, in our last lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us, even though they're gone. Fair. I have no clue what they're doing about it. That sounds like Texas, honestly. What are they doing about it? No clue.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Completing side quests or defeating notorious marks will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway Mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Renown is not used upon accepting donations and will never diminish. Oh, that's nice. So it's like a tier system rather than a point buy system. Ooh, 400 ability points? Good. Talk of the Tea House. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. Heart-struck dowager. Cool.
There
Take
you are.
those. I'll take the ability points. That's what I'm most concerned about. I just get a meteorite. Okay. Our order is one built on pride, but that does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again. The Blood Axes. I believe.
You earned this.
Okay. Destination Berserker Ring. 20 more points for that. More donations become available upon achieving a round rating of 100. Okay. Well,
All done?
all done for now. Go talk to my Moogle friend and see what else I could do for a noun. I need 20 more points. I'm thinking of getting one of those cowboy pools. Are you talking about the ones that are made out of like the
What's the matter, Nectar?
big giant metal troughs that you feed cattle with? Because Brittany's been thinking the same damn thing. And I'm like,
The hunt board.
sent you a
It's
link
where
on
the
Discord.
Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to run
Yes,
free.
that's what she wants
Just
too.
because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Kupo. I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help. As I need not remind you, Kupo, I am the mightiest of all Moogles. No fiend of the forest or ghoul of the great sword can measure up to Nectar the Bold. I need you to slay them all, Kupo. It's not huge, so maintenance is a lot easier. Yeah.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea
The problem is
are
that-
going through a lot already. What with the blight and the war, the last
After
thing
this
they need is
cutscene,
ungodly
obviously.
fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help, then perhaps
as
I
well.
can. Or at least I can try.
Bye. Oh, thank you, Kupo. It's so good to have found someone who understands me, Kupo. I'll stay here then and keep an eye on all the billets that get posted on the board. So if there's anything you need to know, Kupo, I'm your Moogle. Nice. Yeah, the only problem is my yard's built on, or my whole lot is on a hill that slants down. So I have to I'd have to level it out. I'd have to dig essentially. It couldn't just sit flat in my backyard. I think they're pretty cool. Obviously, they're a little bit less expensive than a standard one. The main problem that I told her is that bee is going to heat up a lot. It looks like a great idea. It looks cool, but unless it's shaded, I mean, a day out in the sun and it's going to be 100 degrees. So you'd have to essentially ice it. We'd have to go buy bags of ice and drop them in. Yeah, right. Level it or something. You know, build a little deck kind of thing, which I don't mind doing, but we do right down the street we have an ice machine that I can just buy 10 pounds of ice for $2. I could just do that, but you'd have to chill it because otherwise you'd essentially be taking a bath. Plus, I have no idea. I guess eventually, you know, water will evaporate out of it. You'd have to keep it covered if you're not in it. But I have no idea. I mean, you guys need to just treat it like a little pool. You know, shock it, chlorine, stuff like that. Keep it covered. Little net for cleaning and stuff. So I'm sure that would attract all kinds of insects. I don't even know what you do. I guess the chlorine and stuff is probably enough to take care of the mosquitoes. Yeah, mosquitoes are terrible. Okay, ask about the hunts. Did you see that the Cursebreakers give every billet a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. Salt water is way better. Oh, that's fair. I guess if you salt the water, that would stop a lot of things from living in it, wouldn't it? That's unique. I've not thought about that. Is that part of the link that you sent me? if in my dream world scenario, I think I'm getting to the age, I'm getting old, and I know that. And it's a trope, it's like a cliche, but I'm getting to the age where I like really want to seek out the sound of running water. You know, like if I'm next to a fountain or I'm next to a little water feature somewhere, I just want to stand there and like stare at it and listen for a while. It's just such a, like a relaxing, it's just such a relaxing environment to be in. So if I had my way, I would build one of those like natural lakes, one of those natural pools where, you know, it has a basin in it, but it's like all surrounded by all like the natural plant life and things like that. That's like that would be a dream of mine. It's just to have like a natural little water feature like that. Pretty cool. Yeah. All right, but I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. Thanks. I totally get that. My fish tank makes it sound. Yeah, exactly. It's just that stupid little. It's just like the trickling sound of water. It's just such a nice, relaxing thing. Ask about the hunt board. Oh, it didn't give me my little check mark. Oh, okay. This is different. That's why it didn't give me the check mark. Curse breakers don't just tack up any old rumors at this board. You know, they take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting go all their hard work go to waste. Excuse me. Don't let their hard work go to waste. That's what it says. Don't you let me, I mean them, down. Gotta grab lunch for Chris. Enjoy. Hope it's delicious. I'll be here when you get back. Anything else? Do you see that all the billets are marked with location, Kupo? That's where the horrible horror in question was seen. But you can't be expected to memorize every last place name in the whole realm. You're only human, Kupo. So if the place name doesn't tinkle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witness's statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. Hey, there we get our little check mark. Ask about the hunt board. It's precisely what you see before you. My mouth doesn't want to work today. It's never a good thing. The Cursebreakers note down the details of any particular dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties, Kupo, and post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in. As for me, I have the most important duty of all, painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. Perfect. What about you, Nectar? You're the mightiest of all Kupos, or Moogles. Did I ever tell you about the time I visited the Great Continent?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Koopa. Nice. Look at these wings. Do they look like the sort that might carry a Moogle across countless leagues of open sea? They call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid. That's fair. I completely get it. Alright, view the hunt board. What do we got? Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes such as Clive will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. I've already slayed this one. This was the Airman. First Airman we've seen in the game. A member of the Blood Axis stationed at Martha's Rest reported that he had been set upon in the marshes by an otherworldly horror with a single staring eye. It flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claws and black as night and sharp as razors. Naturally, he fled in terror, but if a battle-hardened Blood Axe could not cope with the mere sight of such a creature, what hope do the rest of us have? Well, he's already been killed, so that works. Then we have this guy, the Angel of Death in Clairview, Senbreck. A trader coming by the way of Caer Norvent met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes filled with my goodness. His eyes wild and flickering. One day I'll learn how to read. Though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept a brisk pace. Okay, and this is a Belphegor. This is rank C. This is rank B. This is in the Broken Hilt in Rosaria. Reports have been received of a wild avis of striking size, making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts have been made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border that we might cut the feet down before it makes trenchers of the nearby villages. Okay. For this purpose, I think there's a way to probably make this go by fast. That's not. There we go. Of course. Let's go do these because we can. Hopefully. I don't think there are any more side quests in the area. This stuff I'm not too worried about at the moment. Perfect. So we can open the world map. I can't fast travel anywhere? Why can't I fast travel? I guess I'm just stuck in this story quest for a bit. Well, that's sad. Let's see if I leave out the front, if it'll give me access to more areas. If I actually like go leave out the front gate or take a boat. I doubt it, but we'll see. If not, we'll do the quests or do the hunts later.
Finish with that log.
Hope everyone else is doing all right though on a Thursday. Have conversations, always important. Nope, looks like I cannot do anything except go to this main quest first, so we will go do that, I guess. Can't do anything else, so. Boop. Southern Rosaria.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
Hey, Brian.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia.
I had some spaghetti and garlic bread and a banana for lunch.
He has a knack
I guess
for
you
that
can
sort
call
of
it lunch.
thing.
It was at 10 a.m. this morning, but still delicious.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
What are you gonna have for lunch?
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
So I could be wrong, but what I'm gathering from that,
come on,
I think actually we could probably do some active. Yeah, here we go. So after Rosaria was essentially like sold to the Empire, right? So Clive's mother, terrible person, essentially betrayed the king and everyone else to the Empire. She used the Iron Kingdom to do it. And so Clive was sold to the Empire as a bearer, and Jill was sold to the Iron Empire also as a bearer, but she's not a bearer, she's a dominant. So they essentially kidnapped, well, they she was sold into slavery, more or less. And as she was being tortured and other terrible things, her dominant power awoke, and so she was able to summon the icon Shiva. And so she was essentially treated like garbage and treated as a slave and treated as a tool by the Iron Empire. And it seems like that's where we're going back to. Ironholm is where she was sold. So you can read some more active lore. But the lands comprising the western reaches of the continent of Storm, formerly known as the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, it became an imperial province after its annexation by the Holy Empire of Sambrek in the year 861. Annabelle Lesage, once Duchess of Rosaria and now Empress of Sambrek, was granted stewardship of her former home and the title of Vicereine, a role she embraced with sadistic relish, enacting a regime of crippling taxation and constant surveillance, along with renewed persecution of the bearer population. So she just hates bearers. She thinks they're disgusting. She's not a very good woman. Kind of sad. But, yeah. An archipelago nation situated off the west coast of Storm, with its capital at Craig Loist, the Mother Crystal, Drake's Breath, rises from a volcanic island situated just within its borders and is worshipped as a god, just as the state religion, the Crystalline Orthodox, dictates. The same religion decrees the use of magic to be an anathema, and the bearers and dominants who use it to be sinful aberrations, leading to even greater diminishment or discrimination than that suffered by their brethren on the mainland. Given their stated desire to control all the mothers, the Ironbloods' attitude to other nations is one of indelible antagonism. Craving some lasagna? Lactose-free lasagna. Oh, that's right. You discovered you're lactose intolerant as well, right? That is a shame. Shame. You can still have some cheeses, right? I know a lot of cheeses, technically. Like the harder aged cheeses don't have lactose in them. So maybe it's not too terribly bad. I say that as someone who's also lactose intolerant, but still eats it because it's delicious and still worth it, in my opinion. We know about the dominants. We've dominant. Those within whom sleeps the power of an icon. Though they look and think no differently to any other man or woman, they can not only cast elemental magics without a crystal, but also transform themselves into beasts of world-shattering strength at any moment. There is only ever one dominant for each icon, a new dominant only awakening after the previous dies. Some awaken at birth, while others are chosen later in life. But once one is chosen, one's life changes forever. And that's what happened to Jill. She didn't even know she was a dominant for the longest time, and then discovered it later on. You'll never enjoy cheese ever again. Yeah, I hear you. Dominant of Shiva and trusted Commandant and Clive, leader of the new hideaway. Together, they continue Sid's mission to emancipate bearers and rid the realm of Mother Crystals. Bloodlines, that's the new chapter. Perfect.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Okay. Sharp Fang. Well, I'm going to explore this whole area around here. Are you just lactose intolerant, or do you have an allergy to it? I always have to remember how to use the combat and stuff here. I think my friend Tim found out that he actually has, like, it's allergic to dairy. It's more than just, like, lactose intolerance. It's like an actual reaction. Not allergy. If I did, I would cry every night before sleep. That's fair. Hello, Bluebird. Oh, I didn't actually want to fight you. Sorry. Sorry, friend. Like I said, that was not my intention. I didn't actually want to fight you. Company. Lunge. And luckily, the only thing I know that I'm allergic to, food-wise, are uncooked onions, garlic, anything in that family. But as long as you cook them, I'm fine. But I still get the delicious grilled flavor. We're just running around fighting things. Oh. Ow.
This one.
Did a lot of damage there, didn't he? Oh, that guy didn't die? That feels bad.
It's over.
Good now. You hate onions, it makes you gag. Like any kind of onion? Uncooked, cooked, sauteed. Looming? I like looming onions, but I can't eat them. Enough. This is. Love me some cooked onions. That's unfortunate. Onion powder, like onions are one of my like primary eating ingredients.
Nice try.
Oh. Ah. Stagger.
This one. Nice try.
Stop. That was upsetting. Trying to get the stagger off. There we go. Wonder if it's hypophobia. Oh, the fact that monkeys make you gag? Maybe. Maybe. Our brains are weird. You can set up like weird blocks for all kinds of things. I don't really like clowns either. I'm not afraid of clowns, they just make me a bit uncomfy. They're not my favorite thing in the world. I have a thing about masks in general though. I don't like... I think, I don't think it's a phobia, but I grew up, you know, I grew up in a pretty abusive household, so like, you get used to reading like body language in order to avoid situations, right? So I think with masks or like face paint or like clowns in particular, their whole thing is about like hiding their face, hiding their themselves, hiding those emotions. So I think for me, it's just like makes it really uncomfortable. Punched a clown? That's not very nice. Guess you really don't like clowns. Or clown. It probably also has something to do probably with the fact that my dad was a clown when I was younger too. Probably doesn't help much. Okay, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna do this. Boom. Bye to all of you. The only time I don't really punch too many things out of anger. I did I did punch a guy in a haunted house when I was younger. Not a fan of haunted houses. I don't go to them anymore. Oh. Thing. I punched, I hit a guy in the haunted house, and then the last time my dad, he used to think it was funny to, like, scare me until I hit him as a reaction. He didn't do it anymore, go figure. Taking too much damage. As much as I really like Rook's Gambit, I might be swapping it out for something else. It was a lot easier to juggle when I only had two. When I had 2 bars to contend with, I could just switch back and forth. But now that I have 3, it's like it's getting a little bit too much. Let's see what I can swap you out with. What do I have? So Gouge is really good. Wicked Wheel, what do you do? Form a rising attack, striking. I don't like that one either, really. It's good against it. Raises enemies up with me, which is cool. But oh, this is like the big one. I don't know what the cooldown is like on this either. Look at that stagger, though. That is disgusting. You can try it. I'm not too thrilled about this one. Mostly because it's another, like, long cooldown ability. Not quite. I don't know if you can call them ultimates or not, but pretty long cooldown. And I like having my abilities up. However, I will say that it may not matter too much, as if I'm not using Rook's Gambit anyway. Did I just miss? That is upsetting. Still not dead yet? Could you please perish? Mortal blow. Stay down. Let's see what this does. Oh. I mean, this hit me. It is effective, I'll give it that. Pretty cool. Keep going this direction, I can't. Yeah, but look at that cooldown.
Over here.
It's the second time he missed. I really have to be closer with that.
Get him.
Ability finish. I didn't get those guys.
This one.
Bye. Okay. This place has been explored. Can I go across that bridge? Get that thing? Maybe. Oh, I cannot get that thing. The bridge is closed. Well, bummer. So we're stuck going back. Push. At least it looks good. It's a little dreary. I wish it was a little brighter in color. I don't want to fight the bird. Go. Not really afraid of the bird. Bird's out here living its life. Quiet little life out here. Quest destination nearby.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Black shields again, I'm sure. Yep.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
Cooperation. Not mine, though.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
What?
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
Uh-oh. I don't think dancing a jig means what it's supposed to mean.
You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Suppose. Night Terrors. Portrait roll that. Sound nice. Buy elixirs now. 10,000? That's so much. I think we're good on that. Maybe I should...
Are you sure you can carry all that?
No.
Fare you well?
Okay, I just won't buy it. I'm sure we'll get another one soon. I could use it and then... whatever, buy one then. There's a dog up there. Hello?
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There've been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered.
That wasn't us, was it?
The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
It is a game feature.
Keep your ears open, eh?
Yep.
The Black Shields will pay good coin for information.
It's like
on the
a
culprits.
cool little EQ visualizer. It's been in the game the whole time.
Be dull as a sack of stones to
You actually
think
can't
we
turn
take
it
on the
off.
Empire.
I wouldn't want
With
to.
their
I think it's pretty
100
neat, but
100? I heard it were 1,000.
yeah. It every time there's a game sound, it plays. Nope, can't turn it off. Said I wouldn't, even I could, but it's a built-in game feature.
We're going hunting for outlaws. How'd you like that, boy?
For outlaws, huh?
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls.
Not a great camp. Youth. I mean, you don't look very youthful to me. You look more like a teen. Like a late teen, if we're being honest, but whatever. It's fine. You can be a youth if you want to.
You seen him, didn't you? I'm sorry.
I saw the Black Shields, if I recall.
The Black Shields.
Yep.
Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think they was the Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
I actually think it's Margrace, not us. Or Joshua. They probably think we're working together. Even though apparently we haven't had contact in 5 years. Also, if we really wanted to get out... If we really wanted to figure out what the Black Shields are doing, we could just tell this guy, like, hey, I'm a firebrand, you should turn me in. And then they take me over there and then I kill them all. You know? I feel like that's an effective strategy. A little underhanded, but... you can do. Villager.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
There you are.
I know that.
He's like, yeah, no kidding.
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing.
I don't... Oh, it's you.
I speak for the people of this village.
You, Mayor.
And we have nothing more to say to you.
You don't even know who I
You
am.
want to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
Honey Crisp are like the more tart red
Your
apples, right?
presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone.
I couldn't
Some
tell
might
you
call
what
it
kind of
submission.
apples I like.
But if it will
I
spare
just like
my
apples.
people the Viceroy's wrath, then
Red
I
ones
will
over green
gladly
ones.
submit. This village
Sweeter
will not
over tart.
become another East Pole.
Soft over hard. Whatever
Well, we
apple
shall
that
be on
lands
our
me
way.
on, that's the one I like. That's good. Sorry, Mel. Or not sorry? I don't know.
These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
I think her mother...
You
We're starting to
right.
really not like her mother.
Sorry, it's nothing.
Hey, Runner.
We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Is it better than 15? I would say it's different from 15. I really liked 15. I liked the story. I liked the party, and the characters were a lot of fun. The second half of Final Fantasy 15 was very rushed. They were running out of time to make it, and so you kind of feel that in the back end. The story is very grand, like it's good, but you get the sense that like it was just hurried. So it's a lot less put together than I would have liked it to be, but it's a lot of fun. This game is very different in my opinion. It's more of like an action RPG than it is like a turn-based Final Fantasy RPG. If you like that, you like that. If you don't, you don't. But it is very grand. It is very cinematic. It feels like I'm playing a movie. Like even the music, which is fantastic. You know, Final Fantasy is known for its music. I really feel like it's more of like a movie score than a video game score. Although there are a lot of throwbacks to older titles, it just feels very, very cinematic in a lot of ways. But the game looks beautiful. It plays incredibly smoothly. I've never, I've not really encountered any bugs or anything like that. The game plays incredibly smoothly. In fact, I don't think we had a single bug playing this game or like glitch or anything. Now, obviously, you know, there's like some clipping and stuff, but even that is really good. The game is very well polished, which is cool. I think it's a great first title for the PS5. You know, it's the first Final Fantasy released on the 5, and I think it's good stuff. I'm not sure. I'm interested to see where the Final Fantasy franchise is going to go. We've spent the last year playing all of them. So we've played 1 through now 16, with the exception of 11 and 14, because those are, you know, MMOs. But yeah, I think it's worth the play. I think it feels less like a Final Fantasy game than some of the others, but so far it's been a lot of fun. Clive is a great main character. Clive is probably one of my favorite protagonists of any of the Final Fantasy games, really. He's just a nice guy. I like nice characters. So. I don't remember when this game came out, though. This is about a year ago now. Actually, I think it was just at a year. Yeah. Let's see. I think if you got one snack for the afterlife, it would be a Honeycrisp apples with peanut butter. So just dip them in either peanut butter and or Mel says marshmallow fluff. Sounds delicious. But yeah, feel free to hang out and watch as we play. And we are about halfway through. So there's a lot of things that have happened up to this point. So if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. I'm not sure if I'm following along entirely as well, but I think I have a good enough idea to explain what I need to. Get there together. I like apples and peanut butter. I like carrots and peanut butter. I also like sharp cheddar cheese and peanut butter.
Whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha...
Those are all very good.
Who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Hopefully.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it has to be like a sharp cheddar cheese. It's like the saltiness and the sharpness of the cheese is really mellowed out by the peanut butter. And the sweetness of the peanut butter is, they meld pretty well together. I didn't think it'd be all that great either. But, here we are. Wow. Okay, I guess we're just going to go straight and go in a big arch. Yeah, Runner, welcome to the chat. You can hang out, chill, lurk,
and directly
talk,
into the path
join
of
the conversation.
Or whatever lurks here.
You have a question of the day that that pops up, and you can change it when you like. It may have to be something I try next time. Enjoy it. Yeah, right.
We're not alone.
Fallen Hunter. Why do I just have random guys like this out here?
Ever since the apology tree, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is
okay,
waking
so
me?
it's not a... These are like
The
common
mother crystals
occurrences now?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Andy, when tomatoes aren't really tomatoes. When eating isn't really eating, Sometimes you just really need tomato. I don't know at all, and I feel like I'm supposed to know. You know how I have never felt sick. Oh, it's quite alright. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, Mel. Like, lettuce. Yeah.
Onwards.
There's an ad that's supposed to start in 50 seconds. We're going to snooze that so we can hopefully get to our next point of interest before we push on. No, you're not missing out on anything. I get it. Mel mentioned tomatoes earlier as well, and I kind of picked up on what she was saying given the context then, so it makes sense that it's a little less.
More of my mother's men.
Okay, well, we're just gonna play as a rebirth here. Hopefully I can regain some HP while I did not regain any HP, but they're all not dead. Why aren't you guys dead? Or why aren't you guys even... Why are you even over here? That's really the question. Boom. Tomatoes are allowed. Well, tomatoes are allowed everywhere. Tomatoes should be allowed everywhere. So you can skill your way into the fights, or is there some kind of no, you're not too low for this check? So your skills are based on the icons that you have access to. So Clive here, the main character, He is a member of the Rosaria family, and the Rosarias have access to the icon of fire, the Phoenix. So essentially, they're blessed with the ability to do magic. Icons in this game are the summons. So far we've been introduced to Phoenix, Ifrit, Ramu, Titan, Shiva, Bahamut, not Bahamut, I'm sorry. Yeah, Bahamut and Garuda. Those are the ones we know of. And you're, depending on which ones you've absorbed the powers from, I don't want to go into too many spoilers, right? Because, you know, if you want to play it yourself, I know you're watching, but I like spoilers. I don't want to spoil it for you. But you gain access to certain abilities. So there's kind of like a tree here based on the ones that you have. Clive has base abilities, so you can do like a lunge ability. You can swing your sword. You can cast magic. You can also charge your magic. You can do this lunge ability. You have a dash ability, which is nice. Well, a basic dodge, and then you can also do aerial strikes, stuff like that, right? So those are all base abilities, and then the other things, if you look at the top left-hand corner, you can see that I can, and the bottom right corner, I know you can't look at both places at once, but I can cycle through which move sets I want with just the L2 button, and that allows me to choose which abilities I'm using. Each of those will only have 2 available to it. So as you can see here, if I go to gear and icon, my Phoenix, I have these 2 selected. Garuda, I have these 2, and Ramu, I have these 2. And you can also build like different sets as well. So Clive always has the Phoenix equipped because that's just kind of that's who he is, being blessed by the Phoenix. And then you can choose the other 2. I think, I don't know, by the end of this game, I don't know how many icon powers we're going to have access to, but right now we have Garuda and Ramu. And yeah, that's kind of how it goes. And they're all in a cooldown system. So you can, you know, as abilities go on cooldown, you essentially cycle to another icon and use that ability, cycle to another icon, use that ability, and then depending on how your abilities are set up and how long the cooldowns are, you can usually cycle back and do it again. But that's kind of how it goes. And it's all action. It's all in real time. So I don't buffer anything. There's no cooldowns. There's no ATB gauges or turn-based anything. I press a button and it does it. So it's kind of how the combat system goes in a nutshell. Hopefully I explained that well enough to make sense to you. If I didn't, and I'm sorry. I did my best. Well, I won't say my best. I think I did a reasonable job. If I really did my best, we'd be here for another 5 minutes, and that doesn't seem practical for you or me, really. The game surprised me a couple of times. I originally thought that we'd only have access to 2 separate icons, and you'd switch between the like 1 and 2, but it seems like we're at 3 now, which is nice. We do love a good tangent. We do. I think it's good though. What's the point of having a chat if you don't actually talk to them? What's the point of having friends if you don't like their conversation? And thank you for the heads up for a minute. I snoozed it once. It's not gonna be happy if I snooze it again. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and pause here. Runner, if you're not familiar, you've not been with us for a while, I run an ad, a 3-minute ad at the end of every hour to get it out of the way. That way I have dogs. I have a dog that I need to take care of. So we just run ads, we play words on stream while we're waiting, and then that way nobody's missing anything. That way if you're not subscribed and you're stuck in an ad, you're not missing any gameplay. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stretch, get some water, do what you need to do, and I'll be back shortly. See you soon. Baptized. The big word is baptized. Spoiler alert. Is it luggage? Oh, yep, there it is. Oh, got it. I was like, that's a lot of G's. Look at that, Mel. Got to level 2 all by yourself. Killing it. Technically, you got to level 3 all by yourself. You got through level 2. All right, let's see how far. See what we can get. The next one. Continue. Okay. Clue. Ah. No in for indulge. Cudgel? Is it? It's cudgel, isn't it? Here I am. I can't type it. Oh, it can't be cludgel. There's only one. Food is a good one. Why didn't it work? That should work. Duel's a good one. What's the big one? Glue should work. Glue. What's the word between C and D? It is cudgel. I was right. I just put cludgel. Why did I say cludgel? I said cudgel the first time and then spelled it cludgel. And then it was like, there's only one L. Of course there's only one L. It's at the end. It's like a dumb thing to do. I literally said the word and spelled it with an L and then confused myself. This isn't a word, is it? No. This one's weird. We need one more word, Mel. One more. What is it? That's unfortunate. Well, Mel carried that one. Can't think of the other word. Yes. Okay. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna use Flames of Rebirth, and we're gonna fry all of them at the same time. And there you go. Over. Back. Bye. Unability. See? Supposed to jump down there. Okay. Oh, I guess I could have walked over there. So I can fall down there. A gate is open. Not the gate. Oh wait, Gloom Widow. Get him, Torgal. Perfect.
Blood, Clive.
and still wet.
Uh-oh. Oracle's not happy.
You were told to stay in your homes.
I don't know who you are.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel.
The problem is you don't know who I am.
Why then, we owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again.
Clive's not happy. He's like,
I'll show you a true shield, Brazaria.
I can't even hit any of them while they're in here, I guess. They're just being destroyed. That's actually funny. As cool as that is, it's like... It's almost... I guess I can blast them with fire. Maybe that's what I should do, actually. Should have thought about that first. Oh. That was an easy fight. Crazy when you use overpowered abilities. Crazy. They're not they're not necessarily overpowered. They've got long cooldowns. They're very strong for a reason.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
You, probably.
Why, you? We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Well, that sounds like a trap to me.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
That's convenient. The gates we're looking for, they're right here. I forgot I could ride a chocobo now. I think there's supposed to be a bomb or something that I found out here, but I didn't ever encounter a bomb. Come here, chocobo. Hi. Hello, friend. Look at Ambrosia. We found her in the last play session. She pretty?
Fly, Ambrosia.
Fly, Ambrosia. We're gonna go up here and see if I can fight some bombs. No chocobo theme though. That was a little sad. Do 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 do. I guess we could do it ourselves. Do 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 do. Or I can run into a rock. I see no bombs. Ah. Okay, well, Ambrosia doesn't have the best turning radius when she's galloping like this. Oh, hello. It's you. Never mind. I found the bombs. Found him.
To fight.
Over here. Get struck by lightning. I am the thunder. What does that do? Discharge 50 blind justice lightning balls, excluding battles in the hollow. Oh, cool. I'm mad about that. Is any crafting system in the game has in depth, or is it going to be point to point this time? It's pretty point to point. I don't know what this thing is. What are you? Oh. Cool. That was pretty. So there's a small crafting system in the game. You do get some gear that you can kind of upgrade as you go. +1, +2, that kind of thing. And there are materials that you get that allow you to do that. Some materials can be sold, like the goblin coin. Other things like the meteorite, some of these are rare. So you use them in crafting. However, your main weapon that you use here seems to be kind of a point-to-point thing. Each time so far that I've collected a new icon, I've been able to use whatever crafting item they drop to craft the next main weapon. So there's a couple of exceptions to that. The onion sword we got for completing the demo, so that started us out pretty strong. And then Invictus is a sword that you get as part of the main story, which, you know, is what it is. And then the Coral Sword, we've actually found a couple of these in the main story. So not the main story, well, yeah, in the main story, but in chests and things. So there's a little bit of everything. You can find stuff as you go. There's like 4 main types of equipment. There's the weapon that you get, the belts, and then van braces. And then the others are accessories. And these do various things depending on which ones you equip. So the Will of Fire or the favorable ones, these rare ones, they either increase the damage of some of your main abilities or they decrease the cooldown. And then some of them just do basic stuff like Badge of Might increases your attack by 12, or Bullhorn's Braid, which I just got, increases lunge damage by 5%, little things like that. I haven't been able to upgrade the accessories at all. Those seem to be pretty basic, although this does imply that this Badge of Might +1 means you can get a +2 or whatever. But I don't think I can upgrade those. Most of the upgrade is just the basic things that you get here, and you do that with the crafting system. So it kind of seems like it gets you to the same point. The weapons, the main weapon that you get that's craftable seems to be the strongest you can get, but everything else seems to kind of like flow through the same pattern. You just kind of you can't upgrade the story-based items that you have, only the lowest tier ones, I guess you could say. Sorry, that's not very descriptive, but there's like, they treat them differently. I haven't been able to upgrade the higher tier stuff yet. I don't know if I will eventually. Faster. But I assume that's going to open up soon too, as far as crafting and other things that I can do. Because if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, you can see right now that I have 4 potions, 3 high potions, and 2 stone skin tonics. That's because that's all I can carry right now. You can't carry more than 4 potions on you at any given time. But I do know that there's a way to increase that number at some point. And I think it's through some form of crafting, but we haven't unlocked it yet. The good thing is that even though you can only carry those 4 potions, if you pick one out in the world, or pick one up out in the world, it'll automatically use it. So I guess good and bad, but it's not really going to waste. So rather than just like using one and then picking it up, it'll just automatically drop it for you, or use it for you. Kind of interesting. Yeah. Not to spoil anything, but a bit of a trigger warning in this next scene. It's a little gruesome. If you're not a fan of death, I'd look away for a few minutes. I'll try to warn you when it's over. Boy. I know we're playing an M-rated game, and it's kind of how it goes, but still. Some things are worse to see than others.
Found her.
Yeah.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
Pretty terrible.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
So those who haven't been following along or are relatively new.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
There are 3 primary ways to use magic in this world. Magic is granted by the Mother Crystals, which we're currently trying to destroy, and which I can show you on the map. So when the game first started, there were 5 Mother Crystals. Each of the main empires essentially controlled one. Now there are 4 because spoiler alert, we've destroyed one of them, and we're trying to destroy a second. However, the Mother Crystals are the source of magic. If you break off a piece of the crystal, it contains the magic for a short time. I think it is implied there are ways to like recharge those crystals, so it's not like once they're used up, they're gone. But I'm not entirely sure about that. The second way that magic can be used is by individuals that are called bearers. They've essentially just been granted magic. They're usually identifiable at birth. And in this universe, bearers are kind of seen as subhuman. They're treated as slaves. They are not seen as on the same standing as others. And they are branded. So it's like a colloquial term for them. They're called bearers, but they're also derogatorily called branded. And it's usually with a mark on their face based on where they're from. So the Empire has their own brand for branded, and so on and so forth with the other ones. Sambrek, things like that. The Iron Warriors. Then the third way is if you are a dominant. So we've mentioned it before, but the dominants in this world are able to summon the icons. They don't just summon the icons, they turn into the icons. So they're able to channel that magic as well. Clive and Cid. So Clive is a dominant, but he was sold and marked as a bearer at the beginning of the game. Not really a spoiler. It's kind of the whole point of the game. It's the whole premise of how this game starts. So that's kind of how it is. He was sold by his mother into like the Empire and became a branded. And he, with the help of Cid, were trying their best to essentially rescue some of the branded and some of the bearers. So we found out in the last like 5 hours of gameplay or so that the bearers, by using their magic, it actually like destroys their body. It starts to petrify them and turn their limbs and things to stone. So Clive and Cid were doing their best to help the bearers, rescue them, put them into places where they're not going to be abused and not be forced to use their magic. That didn't quite work, so then they started doing some more extreme things, like destroying the Mother Crystals. So we destroyed the Mother Crystal at Drake's Head. Well, I think the Mother Crystal there was called the Drake's Head, and we destroyed that one. But all it really did was make things worse, because now the bearers are like treated even more poorly. And so because they can't punish Clive or Cid or any of the others that are trying to help, they're essentially punishing and killing the branded. And so that's what we see here. Essentially, they just, in order to punish Clive, they punish the branded, and it's actually turned the branded against us a little bit. They're not really happy to see us now or ever. We're kind of seen as like an omen of bad fortune, essentially. When we show up to try to quote-unquote help, the Empire just comes and scorched earth policies the whole place and kills a bunch of the branded and kills a bunch of the bearers and makes life harder for everybody. So it's not the greatest thing. Those people that just died, those are people that we helped just in the last play session. So they were, we rescued them from a camp that the Empire was holding them in, and then they were apparently rounded up again, and this time killed. Pretty depressing. Pretty sad. These individuals aren't even branded. These were just villagers. Lassie 2.0. Yeah, exactly. Now, to an extent, that is about right. I would like to go back eventually and play 13.2 and Lightning Returns to learn more about that. I feel like, I think 13 wrapped up nicely for what it was. Obviously, it was, you know, we got some closure to a lot of the main characters' stories, which is nice. But I really would like to go back and learn more about that universe and see, like, learn more about the Fal'Cie and the Lassie relationship and figure out what is the universe's solution for that. The in-game universe, not like, you know, versus a whole. Gloria, if you're available and not just catching Pokemon, are you streaming tonight? You back to your Nuzlocke run? You said your friend was back in town, right? This week? Not tonight. Going to start doing Pokemon again next week. At first, when I said when I was reading that, I was like, Pikmin? Are you gonna be playing Pikmin? Because that'd be awesome. I love Pikmin. And then I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. You definitely still talk about Pokemon. But PlayStation, you have digital or disc? I have disc. I have the full PS5. I wish I had digital. I don't know why I said that. No, I don't. What was I thinking? Why did I say that? I was thinking something else. No, I have the full disc. And I'm happy about that. And I wouldn't want the Pikmin Pokemon crossover. Wouldn't that be crazy? I mean, I guess kind of they're very similar in nature. You use Pokemon to do work. Work. Also, hello Tim. I've seen you lurking for a bit, but I didn't want to call you. I didn't want to call you out in case you were busy. Also, since oh, I'll pause here. Since we have so many people here, we'll probably be streaming twice tomorrow. We'll be streaming tomorrow morning, playing some more of this so I can make some progress. But we're also going to be streaming tomorrow evening because tomorrow is the year anniversary of our affiliate status. So if you guys have some ideas or you want to swing by and play some games with us, Kyle and me might be doing some kind of like co-op thing. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, if you have any ideas, you want to play some things, we can play all kinds of stuff. We can do customs of games and do lobbies and do all kinds of stuff if you want to swing on by. Play Overwatch 2 since last day before back to shift work. That makes sense, yeah. I don't want to fight the bluebird. It's mean. How's Overwatch 2? Are you enjoying it? I know they're thinking about bringing 6v6 back. So that's interesting. I know there was a new patch that just came out or will be coming out soon. They're going to be nerfing some things and people and stuff. They're nerfing Kiriko, which I think is a little upsetting. They're nerfing her headshot multiplier, which I think is... I think they're nerfing the headshot multiplier but increasing her base damage. So it's like removes a little bit of that skill expression.
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the reasons.
I've not played Overwatch in so long. New patch is out and pretty good. Good. What was the last character they introduced? I remember Lifeweaver. Our Marvel Rivals does look pretty good. I know they just announced Captain America and Winter Soldier as the next two characters that are supposed to be coming out.
They tell us there's a curfew, but then refuse us passage back to our homes.
June is the newest Overwatch 2 character. I don't know anything about June.
Home.
Oh, yes, I do. Wait, she has, like, yeah, she's the one that heals and... She's like Ana, right? She heals and does damage with her left click, and then her right click is that homing missile thing, right? where she like targets a bunch of people and then she clicks it again and it like launches all those abilities. And then she has like it's not a, is it a floating ability where she like can float side to side? Something like that. I don't think she can gain, she got a nerf. She got a nerf already, of course she did. I don't remember her primary ability though. Not her primary ability. What's her like? Maybe it is called her primary ability. I don't remember. She looks pretty good. She looked like a mix. Oh, it's like a speed up too, right? Isn't that what it is? She gets like a movement speed boost, similar to Lucio. Not as good, but
I'm hungry.
I like Anna. I like characters that do damage and heal at the same time. I could be riding my chocobo here, but I'll just walk. That's her shift, is the speed up. She zooms and then you can pair her with the glide. That's what it is. Got it. Yeah, I don't know too much.
This one.
Devil crab. Die, devil crab. Wow, this devil crab. It's tanky, isn't he? Ooh. Beautiful. Beautiful. What did they nerf from her? The heal looked pretty good from what I saw.
This one
looked like a decent character. Also, I'm really interested to see if they go back to the 6v6. They nerfed her left click. Fire rate was too fast, apparently. Oh, okay. Interesting. So that's a nerf to both her damage and her heal. It's an overall nerf.
You have chosen.
Hey, there we go. Spider-Man 2. All right, let's add that to the list. I had to upgrade the checklist in a while. I've not played Spider-Man 2. I need to... I don't know if I own it. I'll have to buy it. Oh, thanks, man. You didn't have to do that. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Tim. For those who don't know, Tim is the in real life friend of, goodness, 6 years, I guess? 2018 or so? And then he was my roommate for like over a year. Almost a year and a half or something like that. I don't remember. Saving the points for that. Nice. All right. Well, I love that. Let us... We need... Probably go even... I don't know. Is it Throne and Liberty that got pushed back to October? So it very well might even come before Throne and Liberty. Which is nice. It was already on my potential list, something that I definitely wanted to play. So that'll be on the PS5, and then that's your first redemption, isn't it, Tim? Probably got plenty of points. I think it's hard to beat Gloria and or Kyle. I think they're sitting on close to 200k points at this juncture. I'm going to just gift it digitally, but PSN is dumb and can't do gifts. Yeah, PSN is weird, but yeah, I have the disc, so... Well, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Do you know when, you know it's supposed to get here so I can look out for it? Mel, you're confirming that Throne and Liberty was pushed back to October. think it's like October 1st. It says August 24th. Okay, so 2 days. Nice. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to playing it.
Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance.
I think...
Let's hope my uncle fared better.
I think September is going to be the, like the reset. So we've been talking about it for a while, and I just haven't implemented it yet. I'm going to... Just died there. Talking. I'm going to change the way the channel point redemption works, in a sense. And the amount of points the game is going to cost is going to be based on the length of the game. So I think in September we're going to kind of chill out with the Final Fantasy, chill out, well, after Final Fantasy 16 we're kind of over. But I'm going to chill out with the franchise titles, and then we're going to get through our redemption games, or as many as we can get through. And then that way we start over, everything's fresh. I'll probably turn off the channel point redemptions until it's over. Or not the channel point, but the game redemptions in September until we get through them. And then when we start them back up again is when there'll be the different prices for different things. I think that seems like the fairest way to do it. Because I feel bad for... I say I feel bad for Ranger. I do feel bad for Ranger because I've only gotten to play Fate Tactics once. I started that game like a month and a half ago, and I've played it one time.
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
But at the same time, I don't think Ranger ever actually redeemed his channel points for it. I kept reminding him, and he kept forgetting, and then here we are. So, I do feel bad because, you know, it's been so long since I played it the first time, but technically, he hasn't paid for it. That kind of sounds insensitive. I don't mean it that way, but they're unconnected as far as the reason why I haven't played it in a month. One has nothing to do with the other, but I don't feel so bad because price has not been paid. Sacrifices must be made. Port Isolde. Well, we've made it to Port Isolde. We're at the gates. West destination nearby.
Let us pass!
Let us pass!
Have mercy!
I'm looking forward to Star Wars Outlaws 2. I've seen pretty good things and heard decent things about it so far. I mean, honestly, how can you go wrong with like an Assassin's Creed style game or a Ubisoft style game set in the Star Wars universe, right? That's just... As long as it's done decently well, it's gonna sell like crazy.
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
The problem is that it seems like sometimes the worst companies get licensing agreements with these big franchises. It's crazy. Like,
I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
Or at least bribe.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Fallen Order. Well, not Jedi.
My uncle once told me
not
that
Fallen Order, right? It's
built so that they could visit town
I know what
without
you're talking
having
about.
to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus.
I do not have an OnlyFans.
We'll
Epic, I'm sorry.
If you're sure.
Everything you get here
The
is
entire
free on
place
stream.
looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
At least I assume that's what the exclamation point OnlyFans is supposed to be. If not, then I don't know what a community. Exclamation point.
The
Onion
good news is we haven't
farts.
seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Only fanatics. Once forgotten. Okay is the hardest. Only feet. I hate feet. I hate my feet, I hate your feet, I hate their feet, I hate his feet and her feet, and all feet. Oily feet? Oh yeah, that's worse. How'd you take a bad thing and make it a worse thing? I think if I made an OnlyFans, it'd be counterproductive. I'd probably have to pay people to subscribe to me, you know? I think the point of an OnlyFans is to get people to watch you, is to pay money to see you, and I think it'd be the other way around. I'd have to offer the incentive of paying them money.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Oh, look at that. Wait, we get to see Epic create his, or catch his first Pokemon. What's your starter Pokemon, Epic? You Poke Start, you get a cool starter Pokemon. Plus you get, I think, like 5 free Pokeballs and a Great Ball or something like that, too. Get a few free items. It's 10 spools of Steel Silk. You got to get a starter Pokemon first. You got to type the exclamation point Poke Start, and it'll give you a starter. And then you can start catching Pokemon. It's all random. There you go. Hey, you got a Chespin. That's your first Pokemon. I don't think Lopunny is a starter. In fact, while my Pokemon knowledge isn't great, I know for a fact that Lopunny is not a starter. Also, isn't Lopunny a tier 2 evolution? Isn't Baniri? Isn't it Baniri and then Lopunny? I think so.
Not abandoned then.
Again, I'm not Pokemon expert.
Oi!
Someone might have to correct me.
Visitors!
Oi! Regular old foot pads here, huh?
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Oh, do you think you're gonna trap us? I don't think that's gonna work. Don't think that's going to work.
Or not.
Oh, you guys are gonna regret doing that. Yep. And they're gone. I really do like that tornado. It doesn't do a lot of damage, it does a lot of stagger, but it is a little disappointing that they're held in the air for so long. I'm just kind of stuck waiting until they all come down. Cool ability, though.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
Oh, is that one of our... sorry for killing all your guys there. Maybe next time announce yourselves or something? I don't know. Oh, they're not dead. Oh, that's convenient.
Forgive me, my
It's
lord.
Wade! It is Wade.
I knew not
We thought
whom
so.
I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
It is. So wait.
It's kind of you, Epic. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the stream. I've been streaming Final Fantasy games for the last year. This is the last one we'll be streaming with the exception of 14 off and on for a bit. And,
We can speak
yeah.
inside.
Do fun things here. chat about some good stuff. Say some fun things. I'm glad I didn't kill these individuals, I guess. That was narratively... But now I have my own little army.
Those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire.
Probably true.
But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her.
It doesn't make sense.
Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of
Hey,
the
Jiffy.
of the realm.
Thank you for the follow.
No offense, my
Jiffy
lord,
Peanut Butter? That's cool.
but in case
Jiffy
you haven't
PB31.
noticed, the Lady
I assume you're a
Annabella
fan
couldn't
of
care
peanut butter?
less about the realm. She barely even cares for
Welcome
her
to
own
the
home.
welcome to the chat. Welcome to the
That
stream.
much has been plain since the
And some Final
slaughter
Fantasy
at
16.
Eastpool.
We're about halfway through.
And since granting the Holy
Give or
Emperor
take.
a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
So wait, the Black Shields are broken
We
camp.
really don't know
They
what the
march
whole
in full
deal with
force
the
for Buick
bearers
Breach.
are.
Then so do we.
Why are they...
Make ready.
Why are we purging them now? Are we just like so... We're so
This is their
prejudiced
main
as
host.
a world that...
If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must.
We must.
So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I don't know how old Wade would be at this point. 36-ish?
Very well.
35, 36-ish, I'm guessing.
If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
Thanks, Wade.
And we at yours.
So Clive was 15 when the game started.
Let us do our duty.
And now we are
With pleasure, my lord.
18 years in the future. So... Clive is like 33-ish.
I imagine this endeavor will
Hey, baby.
require more than just our wits.
Little
Then
one.
let's
Can you
hope
wait
Sir
13
Wade
minutes
has a good
till the next break?
quartermaster.
We don't know how old Wade was, I don't think. Probably, like I said, a few years older than Clive was. He was like a new recruit in the Rosarian army. So I'm guessing, 36-ish. They all look very good for their age, I'll say that. I'll also say this. With the time skips and everything, I guess it makes sense. I like the fact that we're not child warriors at this point. Good job, Final Fantasy. Way to take a step in the right direction. We're not 15, 16, 17-year-olds fighting to save the world. We're actually adults. We're actually adults. That's good. Adults making adult decisions. Hi, little one. You need to go outside? Go out? Okay. Apologize. I'm gonna go let Code outside really quick. I'll just leave the door open and come right back. I gotta go all the way downstairs and then come all the way back up. But we'll do that. Because, she gotta go out. She can't open the door herself. So, 1 second. All right. Proper world. Yeah, I agree with you. It is the proper world-saving age. I get it. It's a common fantasy trope, and it's a common theme in all Final Fantasy games. But it's nice when you're not sacrificing a 16-year-old for the sake of the world. Hey.
Oh, buck up, man. At least you're not dead.
True. Which you should be, but, you know.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
Well, you did attack me first, to be fair. Yeah, you're welcome. Yes.
You're telling me that's the Archduke's son?
That's me.
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was your age. He had that same look in his eyes.
I don't know what that means. Hopefully it's a good look.
Allow me to tend to your needs, my lord.
Gaia Blade, unnecessary. Goldberg Sash, no. Ooh, this is new. What is this? Demon Tamer's Arm Guards. It is difficult for a demon to find a willing vessel, so while the hells are cluttered with bodiless aberrations clawing to escape, rarely do they ever succeed. However, those that do exhibit inhuman strength and malice and can wreak havoc on the corporeal world. Thus, efforts are made to trap and tame the fallen souls that they might not torment the living. I mean, they're better than what I'm wearing. I don't see why I shouldn't. They are only 1,700. Oh, sure.
Of course, my lord.
That might change the way we look, but okay, we can figure that out. Desert Rose. Never seen one of those before. Despite its rose-like appearance, its delicate sandstone formation, found in the deserts of Dalmekia, is no rose, but instead an inexplicable peculiarity of nature. One day I'll learn to read. A reminder that humankind will never fully comprehend the world in which we live. It is also said to bring good luck. Peculiarity, peculiarity, peculiarity. That's a fun word to say. Peculiarity. I'm going to buy a couple of these, because I've never seen them before.
Will that be all?
And we might need them. And then... I'm not going to sell these, because I don't know eventually if I'll be able to upgrade them or not. I don't think I need a badge of might if I have a badge of might +1, right? What's the point? I mean...
I'm sure that it will prove useful.
Oh. I do have some stuff here that I can sell that is used, that is just worth money. There we go, like this. Ill Bug to...
Our thanks, my lord.
Black Blood, or...
May it serve the cause
good
well. I'm sure that it will prove useful.
Okay.
It has been an honor.
No, my van races look about the same. I don't actually know if they changed at all. That's good. Apparently this is just my look. Regardless of what I equip, my sword changes, but my gear seems to stay the same. Which is good, because I'd honestly rather just look like this. Hello, Wade. What do you got in mind? What's the plan here? What's the
Tell
plan?
us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
That's what I said.
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills.
Good old ambush.
This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
So they just blow up the bridge.
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
Sir Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good.
That's good.
Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
I'm glad they were buried now. I understand that...
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
I understand that Clive couldn't
There
have
is
spent all that
one
time
thing
burying
which will
them,
grant
but
them
he certainly
peace.
could have just, like, burnt them.
Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
I don't know, maybe that scene is improper, but I'll tell you. Okay, let's see. Party members. Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. Oh, cool. So, I've not saved in a while. I guess it'll tell me who my party is. I can't fast travel anywhere, so I'm still stuck. Story quest. Fine. Hey, there we go. Now we have Wade in our party, too. Look at us. Good old 4-man adventuring party, if you count Torgal. And you should, because Torgal's awesome.
We'll keep them from the bridge. Don't you worry. You'd better. Brother Wade's life depends upon it.
Brother Wade.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
And with you. Push the gate open
How
to
long
come
have you been
in.
pursuing
Gotta
the Black
push the gate
Shields?
open to go out.
Since they burned their first village, we tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
I don't know what Stillwind is. Maybe it's a lake or an ocean. But you gotta go grocery shopping. Enjoy! I hope you get something delicious and not... and oh, delicious and dairy-free. But thank you for being here, and thank you for the game. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you. Look forward to playing it.
The bastards are lucky I did
There they are.
There.
On your command, my lord.
On your command.
What is it now? I told you.
What'd you tell me?
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame. Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come!
They obviously don't know who we are.
Die along with your flame! For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Alright, you guys asked for it. I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm not. Bye. I think we won.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Oh, you want to see...
To fight their battle for them.
Boom! There you go. Wyvern time.
Get him! This
Okay. I was staggered. Now we continue to gouge here. Boom. New enemies approach.
Worms. The Imperials aren't...
We just killed that guy in a...
I can't say I'm flattered.
Okay, there we go. Now we pulled him out of the air. Oh, you didn't actually come out of the air. Impressive. Oh, there you go. Now you did. Boom. Oh, that was pretty easy to clean up, wasn't it? Oh, nice, a
A
dragoon.
noble stand,
Light of the
albeit
lasting dark.
a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point.
What's that?
That this land is in dire need
At least he explained it. I do
of
appreciate that.
cleansing.
Trying to switch to that really quick. Switch back, get up here. Switch here to hopefully get the too slow. Oh no. I switched to the wrong thing. Here, now he's staggered. Now we switch here. With the rising flames.
So wait! Found her. There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You ain't finish him.
Jumping in the air. Oh, I took damage. That's a bummer. It's fine, because now we get this. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I didn't press the wrong button. I was in the wrong, I was hoping to do this all in one go, but... Or all without taking damage. There we go. Just in time for an ad. Nice. Starts in 15 seconds. Got a lot of cool stuff there. Okay. Well, we are going to take a quick break. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. We're going to pause there so nobody misses anything. And then we'll see what happens after after we just beat those guys up. So, see you soon. tunnels out here. Soloing words on stream. Let's see. Prolific. Prolific. There you go. This and see if it works. Boop, boop. Ah. Now you can play and I can play. Okay, so we just beat up the big dragoon guy. See what happens. Hopefully our plan worked.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
Oh,
it did.
Good.
It bloody worked.
Yay.
We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord.
Not a lord
Perhaps
anymore.
This will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot.
Not if there are
Her
good
people
men
starve.
still worth.
We battled
still
to preserve the
fighting
flame
for.
that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die, and her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
Oh, I did not count rope before it was over. It's a bummer. Ooh. Mel. You're the only words person today. Magnet Ash, we've got plenty of. Meteorite, we've got plenty of. We got 20 renown though. Now we should be able to get our next renown reward. I need 15 to unlock the next tier, I suppose.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Oh, good. So the uncle's a good guy too.
Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows.
Which we don't want.
Where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter.
That's good news.
It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
Hey, we got another seal. You accept the burnt blade from Wade.
I shall wear it with pride.
That's cool.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it.
Maybe.
If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
You know the Lord Commander got beheaded. You don't really know what happened to Tyler. I mean, any number of things could have happened to Tyler. Rosfield Manor.
accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance.
Not a chance. Some heavy footsteps.
Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
That curl in the back, that's...
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit.
Uncle. It's really me.
Clive Rossfield died long ago.
That's what they think.
And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue.
I feel like that's a reasonable result, but...
You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod.
Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
It's a really cool moment. Sad for the uncle, of course, but...
Infectious flax wench? Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell,
Oh, he's crying.
that thou might see thy charge once
I'm crying.
more.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you.
Think how good this must feel for Clive, too. Like, this is one of the first people that's, like, welcomed him for him, I guess. Besides Wade, I suppose. No, that's not true. We had the one lady in the village that did, too.
I have a
Still,
favor to ask,
family.
Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
Good plates.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
He said our nation. Wow. Starting to, like...
It has been 20 years, Clive.
18, actually.
The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Good authority?
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
His greatest failing is not being a good liar. There's that music, that throwback music.
The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle.
No.
Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass.
We like the uncle. The uncle's good
This
people.
will be fun.
Not the cutlass, though. I mean, he did walk in carrying a hand axe, so... I guess that's something, you know?
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she? Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustenus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Or Jill. Jill does, we don't even know anything about Jill's family.
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything.
Just become numb.
Anything at all.
Quite understandable.
I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done,
This whole thing seems very
will the monster
complicated.
cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it.
They were childhood friends.
Let's get some sleep.
15 years old.
The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much
She
to
might
tell
be
the
a year
others.
younger, so So they had the, you know, the whole childhood crush, childhood love thing going on. But they didn't really admit it to each other. Then they were separated for 13 years. Okay, we're going back. I can't go anywhere else again. They're separated for 13 years. Both became dominants. Well, 1.5 dominant, I suppose. Joe became the dominant of Shiva. Then they re-met up. Clive saved her life. Childhood friends. And now it's been another 5 years. And either they're both really just bad at communicating to each other, or maybe they're just the greatest friends of all time. They almost kissed before, and it just didn't happen. Clive turned away. So Clive needs, I don't know what needs to happen. There's just a lot of tension is what I'm saying. Here be monsters. So
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. Cool. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Probably. New quest. Can I fast travel anywhere I want now? Oh, I can. Good. So now I can start going on those hunts, and I can do the side quests. So we're going to do that first, before I go talk to Vivian. We're going to go do this side quest, or figure out what the side quest is, and then we're going to do some traveling. Hello, Vaughn. Agent And.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
By all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first tunnel worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
I'd love to. Exactly. How could I refuse
Something
that?
tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine. I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the Gormans of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but
broth than brawn, that's clever.
I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something.
Here we
I'll
go.
ask next time I'm there.
Prioritize the quest. Let's see. Oh, there's another side quest out there. Know about that. Gonna get all kinds of quests.
Typical nobles.
Typical nobles.
How did we never
There are
hear
new
about these
billets being
guardians?
posted every day.
Same with Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself.
Oh.
And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. That normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling.
Wrong with our
It's like
blacksmith.
he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what you say?
Let's do it. If you think it will help, yeah, absolutely.
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge.
Sounds
Wait a
great.
bit, then head over when you're ready.
Okay, so this one's here, so we can probably just do this one first. We'll talk to Desiree.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
And
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Berserker Ring. Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamored sort left this on the nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him. A busy courtesan.
Here you
Got a
are.
Berserker Ring.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Thank you, Desiree. I don't know what Berserker Ring is going to do for me. These I'm not going to change. They'll pretty much just be there forever. Temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. Dodge? So when I precision dodge, I deal more damage. That was nice. I like defense. Sure that I'm healthy. Well, let's go talk to Blackthorn, see what it's about, see what what's troubling him. Or Jill. Hopefully we can figure out what's wrong with her.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Hello, Blackthorn. Oh, nothing to work on. In there, that's not good.
First August, and now you. What you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was
He's
worried
on to
that
us.
something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now?
Yeah.
I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really.
It's nice.
Stupid.
It
Not
seems
the
like a
sort
good
of thing
person
you'd
too.
bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like every clumsy shit.
I get it.
I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for. Now piss off.
What can we do?
All right. We're going.
Help with that. I know that when
I always
you're
thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm
Storm
cloud
full of hail.
full of hail.
Nice.
Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
Me too.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Would I not be?
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
Right, because she's the one that saw the thing, right? I would like to point out that he's really upset that he's not doing as well with leather, but he's working on metal. I'm just saying, you know, if I were upset about my ability to work with leather, I'd probably start with leather. But, you know, who knows? I'm not a blacksmith, so.
Karen.
Who I know?
Do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already.
Of course
Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one.
Hey,
Happened across him on my
good to see you again.
Makes all his stuff to order.
We
but the fella who
are
commissioned-
enjoying it quite a bit. Sorry, I don't like talking over cutscenes, but yeah, how are you? I appreciate it. You followed me a bit ago, and so it's good to see you in chat. But we're enjoying the game. It feels a little bit different as far as we've made it through all the Final Fantasy titles in the last year, so this one feels like, in my opinion, it almost feels the least Final Fantasy to me of the lot. It's a good game. It looks beautiful. It plays extremely well. It's very aesthetically pleasing. Gameplay, cinematics, music is all extremely, like, it's very movie-like. So it's all very grand and epic, but it feels more like I'm playing a movie than sometimes playing a game, which is something to get used to. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just very different from the traditional Final Fantasy formula that I've gotten used to over, 35 years of life. But it's enjoying it. Have you played it before? I assume you have, obviously, because you said the new hideout. So you're familiar with the old hideout in order to, know the new one. But yeah, this is our first playthrough. I've never touched it before. So I'm excited to continue playing. Also, that is a very long name. Do I just call you Mom? What should I refer it to you as? Aesthetic? Millennial? Mom? None? Non? That seems rude. I don't want to call you Non. Although bread is delicious. But I suppose if I called you Non, it'd be more like calling you a delicious piece of bread.
It refused to pay.
Maybe that's a compliment.
Don't like the colour of
It would be to
something.
me, but I don't know if
So
it
I
is to
took
you,
it off
you know?
his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one.
Hey, Dan. Good to see
Doesn't
you.
even have a workshop.
I can call you Nam for sure. Oh, that makes sense. Like Nom Noms. Yeah, perfect. So it's kind of like Non, only Nom. Also, Dan, hey. Good to see you again. Thank you for the raid.
Hunters neither.
That's
which
kind of
means
you.
he
What
spends as
were
much
you
time
playing?
out tracking beasties as he does
I didn't see you
working
streaming
the
earlier.
nights.
I see.
Heck yeah. Good to see you.
He did tell me something though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now,
Some browser
who the
games?
hell was excited?
Like
Somebody
through a
Sam Rex,
website?
Maybe
Like what?
Care Northern. That was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
Who knows?
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that,
I don't think I've played
I'll
many
ask around the
browser
markets.
games
See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
since like
Good idea.
and
Hopefully one of us
maybe
will be
early
tracking
high
down.
school. What eats rock and Infinite Craft? Is Infinite Craft like one of those games where you have a bunch of elements and you like put them together to create new things, and then it just goes on and on and on and builds and builds and builds from there? I don't know what Eats Rock is about. I couldn't even assume.
Typical nobles.
It is like that. Oh, cool. Nice. Glad I was able to put 2 and 2 together there. Now, where did, which stream did you come from? I remember seeing you in a stream, and I remember following you, I think after I raided someone, but I don't remember. It wasn't going to be Kodiak, right? Because I don't think I've been able to raid Kodiak in a while because of the way we've been streaming. Who else did I raid recently? Maybe Critical or Mailbox, or maybe I raided Mr. Pepper at some point. Only 3. Maybe it was Probably one of those three. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're all smart. We're all part of the same like little community. I like it. It's a lot of fun. I haven't seen. Was Critical streaming last night? I didn't get to jump on. What is he playing recently? He. I know he was playing Subnautica, like not the first one, but the second one, Sub-Zero or Subnautica. I don't remember what it is, but I know he has. Not a huge fan of the ocean. Heavy Venn diagram overlap. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Forgot what he played last night. I don't remember. I know Credit Wife was supposed to stream this morning, but didn't. I think she said her throat was sore. What beats rock is like rock, paper, scissors, but you always have to best your previous element, and you can use anything. Oh, that's fun. That sounds pretty complicated. Is there like a... So you're just kind of guessing until you get the pattern down. I think that's why those games are fun, but they're fun until they're solved, right? Once you get the solved pattern, it's just kind of like, okay, well, it's going to order until you beat it. Let's see. All right, what does Nectar have? Did I hear you were hoping to hunt down a griffin, Kupo? Then do I have the billet for you? An especially horrible one on the locals called Dawsmare. Yeah, Dawsmare indeed. There he is, Dawsmare. While passing along the trail from Lostwing to Karen Norvent, one of our order was met with a sudden blast of wind so strong that it bent back the trunks of the old oaks, and heard a cry so terrible that he ran for his life. Questioning the locals revealed that this area was the nesting place for the elder griffin known as Dawsmare, a beast much hated for its appetite, both for chocobos and for children. Well, that's pretty terrible. Well, let's not eat the kids, alright? Boom. Boop, 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 boop. How do I... Yeah. Is that all I have to do? Well, let me actually accept it. I guess it's just an open bill. So now I just go there. I don't know what I'm doing here. Maybe I'm dumb? But to answer your question about my knowledge of this game, I played 97% of the first month it was out, waited over a year, then did the final hideout 2 weeks. Nice. I've been there before. I'm impressed though. I'm proud of you for not starting all over. I have that problem with like a majority of my games. I play like 90% of it and then I never touched again. Or I'll do the same thing and I'll come back like a year later and then I have to start all over again because I'm like, well, I can't just pick up where I left off. I gotta start all over. Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure how to progress on this quest. I've asked about it, and you'll do a replay with DLCs. That makes sense. Yeah, I typically do the same thing. The one I'm most afraid of coming up is the Elden Ring. I platinumed Elden Ring, love that game. I have like 175 hours in that game, but the thought of replaying it all over again in order to play the new Shadow of the Erdtree DLC it feels very daunting. Even though I know I'm going to enjoy it, like the game is fantastic, and I know that, it's just like a lot. Perfect. I really don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. View the hunt board. It's right there. Is there something I need to... I have no buttons to press. I have nothing to do nothing. But it won't let me... Okay, Caird Norvent, Westgate, Sandbreck. Okay, now do I open up this, maybe? I don't know where Caird Norvent is, so... There. Okay, so this is something. Wow, none of us caught it. That's a bummer. And Nom used an Ultra Ball. That is painful. Okay. Well. I guess I'm going there. Need to go to Martha's Rest there for that one. Love that the rigged emoji is in fact a Magnemite. Runs of the family seems. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so do I just... I really don't know how this works entirely. Do I just go here and try to find it? Wish I knew. This place is big. I need to go over here. This is technically where it spawns. Bye, Dan. Yeah, man, enjoy any after stream care. I know after streaming, the last thing I want to do is continue to look at my computer, so... Rest. Some water. We'll be here for a bit longer. So I guess we'll go over here to Lost Wing. That seems to be faster. And then we just come down the Norvent Valley and go... If it's there, it's there. I don't really know. Yeah, I guess we'll figure it out. Okay. See what we got. It's not showing us where it is, unfortunately. So, also, I could set a marker. That's even better.
Good day to you.
Okay, perfect. Day to you, Sid. Thanks.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless. It's not just the crystals.
But worthless.
Bearers are having trouble with their magics as well.
I'm going the right way. Maybe. Yes, I am now. When I get out here, I'll jump on my chocobo. I think I can do that once I'm out in the overworld. Right now, I think I'm still considered in, like, town. Maybe. There's lots of things to fight out here, and I certainly don't mind fighting. There we go. Here, come here, Ambrosia. Aren't you pretty?
Ready, go?
Well, Nom, after a year of waiting, was the ending worth it? Said you did just the final fight. Was it at least a good fight? Did the story wrap up nicely? Look at Ambrosia can fight! Yeah, we're just gonna keep on running. Bye. Certainly going the right way, so that's nice. I like how Joe gets a chocobo too. Bug. I'm going to dismount here because as soon as I cross over this bridge, I think is where the fight.
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
Something tells me. Oh yeah. Oh look, there he is. See him. Hello, Griffin. Aren't you pretty? I like your big ear wings. Sorry that I have to fight you. Dawsmare, rank B. 8500 gil and 20 renown. Okay, well, sorry. Oh, I messed that up. Actually, I guess that's what I meant to do. Gosh.
Another work will have to wait. Torgal, look sharp.
gonna get the stagger off so I can do something like... There we go. Now we do this. Boom. Oh no, I used the wrong thing. That's okay. I'll be able to... On stagger. Stagger. My fault. True. I did it a little bit too early, though. I thought I was on the Deadly Embrace page, or I thought I was on my Garuda page, and I was not. Which is a bit of a bummer, but that's okay. We'll live. Worst things could have happened. Boom. Oh, that was cool. Didn't expect that. My fault. I was not aware of your game. Okay. That was my fault. That was... Where did it switch? Okay, now we do something like this. Pull him down. Okay, now we can use Gouge. Precision dodge. We can use the ultimate again. Should stagger here. There. A little late. And then we use our Flames of Rebirth. Should get some health back as well as deal some damage. I'll use all my abilities. Okay, we're gonna dodge this. Watch. Oh, that was a little slow. Well, I acted a little early, but I disagree. He's so close to dying. Could you just, like, go away, please? There we go. So much of the game is gray and brown, but when it's... Yeah, I agree. Like, some of the environments do feel a little muted compared to, like, the actual combat and things like that. Which I guess is thematic, right? I mean, it's symbolic in a sense, right? The world right now isn't in the best place. The shadows coming in. Empires are taking over. But Clive and Jill are supposed to be one of the actual shining lights in the world. Scarletite. This is the first time we've gotten one of these. One of the hardest metals known to man. Scarletite is highly sought after by those with the means to pay its exorbitant asking price. Price determined not by its rarity, but rather due to the fact that a forge must employ no fewer than 5 healthy bearers to produce flames hot enough to melt the ore, at which time it takes upon the deep scarlet hue from which it takes its name. Oh, sorry about that, friend. I do feel a little bit bad about that, but...
Is something there, boy?
Oh, look. The craftsman. We're looking for you.
Could that be our man?
Probably. Grab this over here really quick. Gonna be a potion for me. Heal. Damn excited about that. I'm gonna go get this really quick before I forget it. It's probably just another crafting material, but... No, I agree. The combat does look very good. It is very flashy when it wants to be. Some of the environments have been very pretty, but yeah, it does seem a little dark. Like, this looks nice. It's... I know it's like browns, but green forested area does look pretty.
Are you alright?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
Did you think you were going to take it down with an arrow?
The name's Camille.
Hello.
I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly
No.
from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my...
There are definitely a lot of Final Fantasy themes. I mean, there's obviously the familiarity between the magic systems and the icons and things like that, right? We're familiar with the names like Shiva and Ifrit and Bahamut and all the other ones. So I think there's a lot. It's definitely... I think it's feeling more like a Final Fantasy game as we go, but that might also just be because the story is becoming more and more grand, I guess. Final Fantasy is always known for its like drama and its over the topness and like, I don't know, like a small party doing big things. And so I think it's starting to feel like that, and I am enjoying it as we go. It's, again, I think it's probably the least Final Fantasy feeling game of them all, of any of them that I played, honestly. And I think I said that about Final Fantasy 12 at first, because it just didn't feel like it. Final Fantasy 12, in my opinion, played itself rather than me playing it. And so, at least in this game, I'm playing it, but I don't feel like I'm not controlling the party, right? And I'm the only one leveling up. Jill and Torgal do nothing. They do their own thing. Now, granted, I could control Torgal if I wanted to, but again, it's just a couple of extra button presses. It doesn't actually, like... I don't know. But, I mean, I like the character development so far. I really like how the characters interact with each other. The story does feel epic. I think the story itself feels like a Final Fantasy game. It's just like all the other little gameplay elements separate it so much from what Final Fantasy used to be, I guess. But like, I think Brian asked, a similar question. And they've been moving in this direction since Final Fantasy X, right? Or Final Fantasy 12. Final Fantasy 11 with the MMO was very different. And then 12 took a lot of the gameplay elements from 11 as an MMO and turned them into an RPG. And then you have 13 that was very different with the paradigm system, where again you only controlled one person. You just controlled Lightning, and the other ones, it wasn't always Lightning. It was whoever the team leader was, the party leader, and then the other ones did their own thing, and you shifted through paradigms. And then 15 felt, I think 14, the reason 13 and 15 still felt so much like a Final Fantasy and like true RPG is because you were still controlling some of their items. It felt like you were buying things, you were upgrading over time and doing things with the party that even if you weren't controlling them at all times, you were still responsible for how they behaved, I guess, for the most part. Whereas in this game, it really is just like you're there, you're playing the game, and then your party is just playing around you. They're just kind of side pieces. So, I don't know. I like it. I'm enjoying it. It just, I think if you would have called this any other game, or called this by any other name, it wouldn't have been like, oh man, this feels like a Final Fantasy game, right? Like if you changed all the icon names to something else, what is really tying this to Final Fantasy, I suppose? I don't know.
Buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though.
Again,
she sent you for
I'm
a refund.
not saying any of these are critiques. It's
who
just
sent me.
how I feel about it towards being Final Fantasy.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life.
This is nice.
And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade.
I feel like this is fair.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you. Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
Oh yeah, we definitely want to just fast travel back. If to be fair to Final Fantasy 16, I think the franchise has always tried to do something big and different upon reaching each console. Right? So going from Final Fantasy 2 to Final Fantasy 6 in the, or I guess here in the States, it was going from, 2 to 3, but really it was going from like 3 to 6, I think, whatever. Anyway, going from like Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and moving to 6, you got that, it felt different. Final Fantasy 6 was a step in a different direction as far as that goes. Or you could say the same thing going from Final Fantasy 1 and 2 to like Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6 when they moved from the NES to the SNES or the Famicom back in the day. Going from Final Fantasy 6 to Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 7 was a big change, right? They changed how, so much about Final Fantasy changed with Final Fantasy 7. For good or bad, take your pick, it's up to you. They did the same thing going from Final Fantasy 9 to going to Final Fantasy 10, right? Or Final Fantasy 10 to... Final Fantasy 10 was on the PlayStation 2, right? Or was I highly doubt that was on the PlayStation 1. Anyway, regardless of my point is that going from generation to generation, they have, it was the first one on the PlayStation 2. Yeah, 7, 8, 9 were all on the PlayStation 1. So going from Final Fantasy 2 or Final Fantasy 9 to Final Fantasy 10, right? There were changes. And so it makes sense that this being their first title on the PS5, that they would want to do something dramatic, that they would make something big. And you can see it, right? I mean, I'm not kidding. This is one of the best games I think I've played on the PlayStation 5. Like, it is a beautiful game. And I mean, you can see it streaming. It's not perfect quality for you guys. I mean, it's probably not bad. I think we stream at 1440. I don't know if the game comes through at 1440. I hope it does. But if not, it might be a little bit lower because of the capture card. But still, like, the game looks good to you, but it plays extremely well. It looks amazing. So it makes sense. Again, it's not a critique on the franchise or on the game itself. It's just a dramatic shift from what I'm used to.
With a bit of luck, Clive might even find the geezer.
I feel like in justifying my opinion, I'm making it sound worse than it is. Just talking in circles at this point. But that being said, we do have a break that's going to happen here very soon, which is good because I have to get up and use the restroom. I've had 2.5 liters of water today, so I'm filling up like a balloon. But yeah, we're gonna go on a quick break. Probably gonna do a couple more side quests, a couple more hunts, and then call it for the day, and then do the next side quest tomorrow. Camo mode engaged, indeed. So, yeah, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break, and then I will be back as soon as that is over. So I'll see you soon. judicial. Right? Is that the big word? Judicial? That sounds fun. Sure if we're back from ads or not. One thing says we are, and the other thing says... Technically, two things says we are. Two things say we are. 20 seconds anyway, so we'll just go ahead and switch on back. Welcome back from the break, everybody.
Please, the both of you.
Turn this in. Let's see, Blackthorn. Okay, so we got, we fought the Griffin, we saved the guy, he gave us some treated leather so we can take a look at it. Or not we, but Blackthorn
Does
can.
the hunt continue?
I found him.
Hopefully.
And he asked me to give you this.
This makes
along with his regards.
Blackthorn happy. Treated leather. A sample of supple hide dressed to the artisan Camille's exacting standards. It has nary a trace of the barnyard musk of lesser leathers, instead smelling faintly of rose hips.
You're joking.
Nope. Not joking. Big piece of leather.
Said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy.
I'm happy that you're happy.
Clive, you didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I
Camille,
believe.
yeah.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Nice of him. Share that with us.
Sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
Good.
That was the idea.
It was.
Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
Oh.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
You're the one that told me about it. I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for.
That's good.
Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Yeah, Blackthorn, get to work. What are you
Looks
doing?
like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. I wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted. I've got duties to attend to.
Good luck,
Thanks,
August.
Clive.
Thank you.
You've given me my mate back.
That's nice. 5 years ago, Blackthorn didn't really like anybody, so it's kind of cool to see that he's like, you know, a real boy now. Drakeslayer gear design draft. A diagram detailing the steps to craft a belt and van braces fit for a hero, necessary for crafting Drakeslayer gear. Cool. Drakeslayer gear recipes unlocked. Perfect. Oh. We were just talking earlier about, crafting. Was it, Flosser? I think it was. I think it's Flosser that was asking how crafting was. No, it wasn't Flosser, was it? remember. Figure this out. It was Runner. That's who it was. Runner asked about crafting earlier. There we go. Runner, if you're still out there. If not, I understand. But if you are still out there, here's some crafting for you. Figured it out. You have obtained the design draft for Drakeslayer gear. Design drafts unlock new crafting options at the Black Hammer. Visit Blackthorn in the Hideaway for details on material requirements. Yeah, we should probably do that.
Clive.
Hello. What do we got?
So, will it be?
Okay. So I'm pretty set as far as weapons go. I don't think I need anything else. Drakeslayer belt, though. I need Electrum. I need Electrum from a hunt. So I need to, whatever hunt that is, I'm not sure. We'll track it down, though, but it's good. And with a cry that echoed through the skies, she thrust her sword down into the mighty drake's nape. Life having escaped the elder worm, he went crashing to the sea, where his corpse lay, unmoving, yet unsinking. With the drake, relation by Moss the Chronicler. Then we have some Drakeslayer bracelets, gelatinous mass. Only when she saw the drake no longer stirred and his eyes were gray with oblivion did she remove belt and bracelet, casting them into the worm's maw where they might rest for an eternity. That's cool. Okay, so we need, well, that's Scarletite, which we got from defeating the Griffin. And I need a gelatinous mass. Okay, so we need another Scarletite and Electrum to craft both of these things. Cool. Can't reinforce anything that I'm wearing, unfortunately. We'll figure that out as we go. Nope. Thanks, Blackthorn. Appreciate you.
That monster's taking.
Okay, culinary pilgrimage. We need to go talk to Martha about the, or talk to someone at Martha's Rest about the recipe that we're working on. And then we have 2 hunts available to us. Let's go and make sure that there aren't any other hunts. I'm pretty sure there aren't. If there were, it would probably show up on the hunt board or show up on the map that I have something at the hunt board. But we're gonna be safe rather than sorry later. Vivian can wait. Oh, we also need to talk to Desiree. Hello. Yeah, so it's just these 2. Angel of Death and Belphegor. C shouldn't be too bad. B should be about as hard as the Griffin, but we're gonna get quite a few renown points for that. 30.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Listen to the page.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Okay, there we go. So we've unlocked a new tier of things. So, oh no, I thought we did. Oh, we need 135. Okay, so we got that. Oh, we did. At 100, we unlocked a new tier, and this is the new tier. Yeah, there we go. A rose is a rose orchestration, empty shard, cleric's medallion, direwolf Jess. Jess is, but sure.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Will do. Let's go do this really quick, and then probably have to fast travel back. The whole game just froze up on me. Whole game just the whole game just decided it did not want to do what I wanted it to do. Hopefully there's an autosave at some point. Too many polygons, true. Hopefully it autosaved sooner than later, because I can't tell you when the last time I saved was. this could be absolutely terrible for us. And I might very well cry. Already cried in the cutscene earlier. True. Do I have tears left? That's the real question. Do I have the tears remaining to cry? Okay, well. See what happens. Okay, it could be worse. Actually, I think it just saved right where we ended, so that's good. No more tears. We're gonna save again anyway. Okay, so if I talk to him, it's just gonna talk about. It's gonna show me the Drake's gear, right?
What's that for you, dear?
Yeah, Drake's layer belt, perfect. Okay, we didn't lose anything. And I don't even need to walk over there anymore, so really we just saved time. Kind of. Let's see what happens now. Hey, okay. Well, we lost absolutely no time whatsoever in game. We lost 5 minutes out of game, so it's fine. Absolutely fine.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here
Welcome.
have to look after each other, don't we?
That could have been terrible. Thank goodness for modern gaming and autosaves.
Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad.
You do know what they are.
Looking for scorpion tails.
Scorpion tails.
Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up. Hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. When there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, if memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Alright, well. Let's go. Where am I going? Oh. I was gonna see if it was faster to fast travel nearby, but it's not really. Okay, I'll get on my chocobo as soon as I get across the bridge. Good old Ambrosia.
Stay sharp.
After what the Empire did to Martha's lot, I'd be daft to stay.
I really do like this. They introduced it for the first time in Final Fantasy 13, where you have, as you walk by individuals, I don't know why I pressed the start button, as you walk by, like, there's actually, actually it was Final Fantasy 12 that they started it in, not in even 13, it was 12, excuse me, where as you walk by individuals, you can hear, like, just errant conversations. I like that a lot. It makes the world feel lived in. It makes it feel like more alive and real, as opposed to having to walk up to every single person and press X, like X, X, X. Yeah, exactly. That it's just, again, it just makes the world feel alive, which I really appreciate.
Good girl.
And, like, it doesn't have to be different dialogue every time, right? I can respect that if you walk by the same people 5 times, you're not going to hear, you know, 5 different types of dialogue. But if you're just, like, playing normally and just moving along at a normal, like, clip, feels nice. Okay.
Scorpions.
Yep, scorpions.
At least I know what I'm up against.
Go ahead and Flames of Rebirth. We'll probably just kill most of them here. No, they're a little bit stronger than I gave them credit for. That's fair.
Over here.
Gouge there.
try.
Boom. Never even thought about doing this. That's actually a cool combo too. Putting them in the air and then using the Ramu dash ability. I don't know even what it's called. It's not dash, but whatever. Unwanted Violet. The tails of certain species of scorpion are prized as a delicacy. The trace amounts of poison remaining in their flesh, lending them a certain... I don't know what that word is. How do you even pronounce that? Piquancy? That's a interesting. Sorry, I know I'm showing off my ignorance here, but you know what? We can learn together. Or I'll learn. Piquancy. A pleasantly sharp and appetizing flavor.
Piquancy.
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 Huh. Okay. Never heard that before. Sharp and appetizing flavor. These tomatoes have an intense flavor of great piquancy. Okay, well. If you didn't know, now you know. If you did know, you just watched me learn something, so. Always a good time. The common marsh scorpion, however, not only lacks a stinger, but subsists on a diet of mudworms and bog moss, while lending its flesh an altogether more troubling tang. Tang I'm familiar with.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes
Speaking
bad.
of tang, you guys ever had tang? It's a powdered orange drink. It's delicious. Did you know it was invented for astronauts? Didn't know. Now you know. You did. Well, bad for you. Maybe it refreshed your memory. Hey, Ivan.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
I did. Scorpion tails. Weird, right?
Indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
Yeah, just let me test this on you real quick. Let me boil this up and feed it to you. You know that Teflon was first created as a protective coating for arsenal and used on the first atomic bomb before it became... Really? I guess that makes sense, right? If you're trying to reduce friction, like if you're trying... Huh. Fascinating. Thank you for teaching me something new today. Always exciting. That's cool. Teflon, huh?
Once again from the ashes of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well,
I am a little confused by the description. So when we talked to the guy at Martha's Rest, he was like, we used to eat it when we had nothing else. It was like a, you know, a famine food, you know, like a poor meal, a struggle meal, because you would take those stingers of the scorpion. And then he said, but we're not in hard enough times to be doing that anymore. But then when you read the description of the scorpion tails, they were like, it's a delicacy. I guess that just goes to show, I guess it's the same with lobsters, right? Lobsters used to be a slave food here in the States. Like it was only eaten by slaves, and now it's seen as a delicacy. So I guess that
once I've licked the bowl clean,
it's not unheard of for that to happen. Lobster, crawfish, shrimp, all that stuff used to be like way slave food or people food.
Odin's teeth. What an assault on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency, there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavors, but never have I tasted anything
I don't know if that's
so
how that works.
fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're
if you,
welcome.
I must share this gift.
If you have to struggle through the assault of flavors
bowl
before you get to the good
stew
part.
Sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
That does not look
Sure she
appetizing
will.
in the bowl. I hope Hope it's just delicious enough for them. Badge of... Oh, you got a +1 badge of metal. I think that's what I'm using already. So now you just get to increase it. It was at 12, and now it's at 30. That's nice. We like that a lot. Wasn't game still considered me in a cutscene? Yeah, badge of metal. Oh, it goes from 10 to 30. That's even better. Love that for us. Okay, the next thing we need to do is we're going to head to Sandbreck in Clearview. I hope. Maybe. I guess we're all in. The whole thing is in Sandbreck. I don't actually know. Southern Sandbreck, Central Sandbreck, Northern, Southeastern. Oh, I guess I can click on the local map too. I don't know why I'm like... There we go. We're going like right here. Here-ish. Let's go to Northreach. Definitely should have saved before I tried fast traveling again, because the last time I tried to fast travel, my game decided it wanted to die. That's the first crash I think we've had this whole time. So we're potentially 24 hours or so in. We are 22 hours in. 22 hours in, and we had our first actual crash. So that's not bad. Not great, but you know, it's not. Okay. We're gonna head right here.
Keep them pilgers nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
Look at this place. If you go that way, you get attacked by raptors. Literal raptors, not, you know, like birds of prey raptors. You can see them hiding. See them with their little tails in the air? Oh, I think that's the guy we want to fight. Come here, you. Looks scary. Jesus. Aruna. Rank C. Okay. Jeez. That looks scary too. What is that ability that you're about to use? She's about to falcon punch me in the face. Okay, good. Go ahead and use flame, right? Flames rebirth, rather. Probably should have saved that in case I got hit, but we gotta move. Oh, did we? Yeah, there we go. Deadly Embrace. Pull her down. Switch to Gouge. This might stagger. It might not. No. I dodged a little too fast there. Precision dodge that. Should stagger here. Switch to Blind Justice. Or switch to Pile Drive, Thunderstorm. Some flames. This. Hey, now I've got the full fish. Nice. Oh. I'll go ahead and use arrow here. That was a mistake. Not paying attention at all. Okay. The problem with using it on these bosses is they don't like get flung in the air like the others do. So it's like kind of makes it hard to see and dodge their abilities, you know? We might the stagger. Just barely not, but I'm sure I'm gonna get it. Here we go. Notorious Mark's Lane. Alright, we leveled up of that, which is nice. Level up. Clouded Eye. To see the pattern on the surface of this spherical gem shift and twist, one would think a churning storm trapped within, though it must surely be a trick of the light. Crafting. Took me forever to find that, Mark. I feel like you found it quickly. That's because I'm cheating, Nom. Most of the time... My sound just went out. Can you... Oh, no. I think OBS just crashed. I'm almost positive that OBS just crashed. So, here's the problem. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having so many issues right now, back to back. You can still hear me. That's good. That's good, because the problem is that as soon as I do anything in OBS right now, so you guys can only see the spoil screen, right? I'm pretty confident. We can see and hear you, but the game is lost in time. Yeah. So I've lost audio, which means that one of two things happened. Either my capture card has crashed, which is possible because of the fact that you're not seeing the upgraded video, or OBS is no longer receiving a signal from my capture card because I can't hear it either. Either way, as soon as I go to change anything on OBS here, the whole game is going to, or my whole OBS is going to crash. I think that's just the goodest place Vinny just calls it. I would call it. I was gonna do one more hunt and then call it for the day anyway. Since tomorrow might be a long day. But you know, might as well call it here. I might be able to change my scene one more time. I highly doubt it. I think as soon as I go to change the scene, OBS is gonna freak out. Because this is the same thing that happened a couple weeks ago too. I was having the same issue. I tried everything to restart it, and then as soon as I changed the scene on OBS, it was like, nope, goodbye. So yeah. Yeah, a little bit of a bummer. Kind of a anticlimactic way to end the stream, but yeah, no, I'm on, is it only OBS? There's other apps too. I don't know what you're asking me, I'm sorry. Is the only other apps on my computer that are having issues? Yes, it'll only be OBS. My capture card seems to be fine. The PlayStation is perfectly fine too. So I can see, like, it's updating on my end on my PlayStation, on my monitor, but OBS is not updating the visual. So it sometimes happens. It'll essentially stop connecting to the capture card. Kind of crazy that it happened as soon as that fight was over. I guess it's better than in the middle of the fight or after the fight or something, but I can try to fix it. Yeah, I think it's just gonna go away. So, other apps on your PC, are they having issues? Nope. Nope. Everything else is perfectly fine. Boop, boop. Just OBS. Just OBS. Oh well. We'll try to fix it. Yeah, it's happened a couple times, but I'm not sure if it's an issue with the capture card or if it's an issue with OBS in general, or just the communication between the two. Because again, this is not the first time that it's happened. But yeah, that's okay. Like I said, I have one more hunt that's available to me, and I was gonna do that and then call it a day anyway. I'm just gonna do it now because otherwise. The problem is, I say it's a problem, it's not really a problem. I have to end the stream because if OBS is going to crash, then the stream will go down. If I restart the stream, then it's going to save it as an additional VOD, and that seems like a waste. It is what it is. That's it for me. Usually I'll switch the scene over, and then you'll get an end screen and listen to some cool music for a bit, but that's all we got. It's kind of a bummer because there were quite a few guys I would have liked to raid someone, but can't do that. Actually, Maybe I can raid. Maybe that'll fix some of it. Actually, I should be able to raid someone. Who's, ooh, Alec Grada's doing art. I haven't raided her in a while. Lava Neck is playing Super Mario Sunshine. Lava Neck is playing Super Mario Sunshine with 3 people. Just Rio, 6 chick. We'll do that. We're gonna send people over to Lava Neck. Be able to raid from here. You can send a raid from Chrome browser to Stream Manager if you are worried about OBS. Yeah, I should just be able to do it through Twitch here. I don't think that's gonna be an issue. See how it goes though. But that's okay. We're gonna make the best of it in the situation. But yeah, so I don't know what the plan is tomorrow. Honestly, Kyle has some things going on, so hasn't been able to get back to me. But I'm probably gonna be streaming in the morning around the same time, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. It might be a shorter stream because I might be coming back in the evening so we can play some party games. So if you're available tomorrow evening, come say hi, come play with me. I don't know what we're gonna play, but hopefully something more, you know, party oriented than Final Fantasy. So early afternoon, Final Fantasy until I get tired, and then later that evening around 7-ish, 6 or 7-ish, I'll be back and we'll play some party games together for my affiliate anniversary. So that is going to be it from me. Let me start the... There it is. Let me start the raid. Everyone go say hi to Lavanek for me. They're good people. Playing Super Mario Sunshine. I don't know if they're racing or what the deal is, but he's got a timer on and everything. So I know he does do... oh, he's doing his... he's doing a speed run. He's 152 or an hour and 52 minutes into the speed run. So that's what we're going to do. But yeah, as always, I love you guys. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for being here while you can. Thank you for hanging out with me all day. We will be back tomorrow, probably a couple times. And that is it. So love you guys. Thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Dark Wolf, hello. Dark Wolf, how's it going, friend? It was a pineapple again, right? Was that a pineapple? Or was it a banana? I think it was a... No, it's a pineapple. Okay, we're good. Dark Wolf, how was...